Streams. Now streaming at 2,677 kilobits per second. Right, back for another stream. This is number 50. Make sure I'm doing it right instead of that. 05. So I have a random byte hex editor right now. Actually would like to know, I'm like wondering, oh yeah, that's right. We're drawing off the off-screen ones too, which is sort of bad. How would I test the efficiency of this? I wonder if we could do something like when we're time how long it takes to draw this control, maybe? On average? Or just do a hot path on it? What if I just do a time? Cargo build release. Like we haven't built the release build in a while. Should probably fix these warnings. Okay, just looking. Okay, I want to basically go over the WPF version of this and try to have the same kinds of support. So while that's building in the background. So some kind of callback or event. Actually, so we need to figure out how to have how widgets can generate events. Okay. And then be able to set the background color. Actually, I'm wondering, is the default set when we register? Yeah, it looks like it's set here. The default is a background of white and a text color of black. Wow. That's bright. Bright mode. Highlight border width of 2, fill saturation property 0.85. Selection color, highlight color. The system highlight color. Courier new for the font family. 12 point for the font size. Normal stretch property. Yeah, different font stuff. Selection corner radius. Yeah, a lot of properties. Cache limit. Right. Remember this now. Add highlight. Show range, remove highlight. So the idea is we could have multiple highlights. So we drew them in order. It's a dictionary. Okay, so this Oh, there's a next okay, so it's arbitrary then. There's no ordering of them. Okay. Done building yet? Yes. All right, so how do we run this? Time, target, release, probably not capitalized, GUI, right? And let it run for a little bit and just like move the mouse as fast as possible and then quit. So this is the total time. This is how much time in CPU. So it was like 10% of the CPU. 10% right there. Okay. And okay, that's how we do the flame graph. I don't need to redirect anything. It's just bin GUI, right? Okay, and then run, make it really work, and quit. So this should make a file, right? Under here. Open folder. Still recording though. Okay, now it's done. So this is flame graph. Cool. How do I open that? Open that in the browser, I guess. Cool. Huh. Tessellate. Okay, so we're spending half of the time drawing the hex editor, which makes sense. So drawing text versus formatting strings. Okay. So I wonder if I could cut down on the format just by having a custom formatter for the bytes. I don't think there's much we can do about drawing the text. Oh wait, there was one thing, right? Which was to only draw what's within the window. Let's move that over. Okay. Yeah, so in our library here, we can skip rows that are completely invisible. So if they're outside the clipping region. So either before the first one visible or after the last one visible. So I think what I can do is calculate that, right? So let first visible row. And actually then we could just loop between the two. The first visible would have to do with the this canvas offset. That would be like it's actually a combination of the canvas offset and this clipping rectangle, right? So it's if the position we calculate plus if this is basically if the y coordinate of that is completely before the clipping rectangle top. So let's actually get that. So let clip top equal rect dot top. Let clip bottom equal rect dot bottom. So what I want to do is like one row might be partially visible. So I want to take whatever we get from taking this. Well, no, I want to solve for that row, right? So if the first visible row times, or well, as F32 times row height plus canvas offset dot y equals to clip top. So solve for first visible row, right? So if well, hold on. That clip top, it's if this position is the first one that's visible is if I take that clip position and then I well, it's gonna be when it's rounded down or up, right? So let's just solve for this one. So that means I'm subtracting it, doing basic algebra, right? And then we're dividing that by the row height. So, and then I think we're going to round down. So floor? Floor F32? Floor. Or do I just want to truncate? I guess it's the same thing, right? So it's just this as U size. And then the last visible row would be the ceiling of that, right? So I could just do floor there and do seal here, right? But it's like this dot floor, I think. Yes. And this dot ceiling. And then it's clip bottom. So then it should be from the first visible row to the last, inclusive of the last visible row, right? And let's do a DBG on these two to see what they are. Well, why don't I just do this? DBG. First visible row and last visible row. Okay, so it's 0 to 25. If I scroll down, see now it's 75 to 100. So that row 100 changes to 99 as soon as that. Cool. I think I got it. So row 0 is still visible, come on, drag. There we go, still visible, and then it goes to 1 right there. Cool. So we're only drawing the visible rows. So that should have sped it up a bit. Actually, there's really no need for me to do cargo build release if the flame graph also builds a release build, right? So run. We're letting it run for a while. Basically, redrawing it over and over again, and then quit. Gotta wait for it to write its performance data. Okay. Refresh that flame graph. So what was it before? So 50% of the time we're drawing, and then of that drawing, so what do I expect to go down here? I guess I expect the percentage of the hex editor drawing to go down. So what is that percentage? It's like almost all of it. And there's a little bit of the other things being drawn. Open a new tab. New tab. Oh, like the old versus the new? That's a good idea. Why don't I think of these ideas? Have a useless internet point. That's your first. Congratulations. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we want to, well, I guess go back to that folder again. Open with Chromium and it should open a new tab, right? Yep. That's the old and that's the new. I think. How can we tell a difference? It does look different. Okay, I'm gonna say that they're different. So before, 50% of the time we're drawing that. Now it's only 28.83%, so that's a big improvement, right? Cool. It's gonna be hard to like apples comparison this though. So what was competing with drawing? I guess the tessellation of it, which would end up being about the same amount, right? Actually, we don't know if drawing off screen would actually tessellate anything. It might not, right? Really hard to tell. Oh yeah, but the formatting 9.4% versus 38. Where's the formatting up here? It's kind of hard to see where was it again? It was up here, painter text versus format in hex editor UI. Okay, text look for hex editor UI. That's way up here. Wait, scroll area show is now dominating? Oh, there are different levels for the hex editor UI. This one there. So I have to go until I see the painter. Okay, where is that exactly? Oh, right here. Here we go. So it is much tighter. It's 5 and 21 versus 9 and 38. Okay, well, we reduced it. It still kind of dominates, right? This hex editor dominates it, which makes sense. Cool. I'm going to say that's good enough for now. Let me fix some of these warnings. This is because we're not doing this anymore. Delete. Okay, I'm not using the context, layer ID, or text style. Why did this was mutable because we added a character there, right? So this is not mutable. And really, this doesn't go there, it goes there. Okay, there's a smaller, shorter way to do that. Oh. There we go. Do I keep this for testing later? Maybe. Keep it around. Rect rounding stroke back 2. Okay. Now I think I'd like to try to add some of these things. Actually, what would be really cool is if I could get a callback on clicking something. Actually, it would even be better is if we could have it use the bitstream trait to fill what we're displaying. And one of the things that controlled that was I had the concept of a cache. So there was a cache limit property, and that defined like how much to cache at once. And we had a bitstream cache. So we cached the most, I think that's 1,000 lines. I used something called an MRU list, most recently used list. Oh, right. So the idea was when we get to the cache limit, we just start dropping the cache lines we haven't seen in a while. So that if you scroll up and around an area, you'll end up keeping those in the cache, but then anything you might have not seen in a while, it would eventually drop that. Okay. So here's how the cache line worked. If we couldn't find it in the cache, we do this reading from the actual bit stream, and then we add it to the cache. And the cache line was always a certain length, right? Line length. The minimum of the number of bytes left and 16. So it reads up to 16 bytes from some offset. The byte offset is, I think it's the start of a row. Byte offset. Right. So it's the line number plus 16. There's a top offset. What's top offset for? Oh, in show range. Right. So that's what we sort of already have now. I have that show range. Wait. What? Just show range. Nothing calls it? Hold on. Show range. Oh, there was a XAML code behind. Oh, it's xaml.cs. I forgot about that. Okay. Script host use show hex editor range. So this isn't drawing. This is something else. This is like computing the offset. Okay, yeah, right. So that's not what I was thinking it was. Top offset, right? Or am I getting confused now? Oh, right, vertical offset. So yeah, so that's we do set that in a couple places, I think. I think we initialize it to 0 or something. Actually, it's a lot. It's in a lot of places. It's when we scroll around, right? Here's the part I did earlier, where it's a dot if it's not within the range of ASCII codes. Okay, so this levers something called an MRU list. Let me see if there's an equivalent thing. And actually, let me ask ChatGPT. And I think I found a way I can actually. Oh, hey there, Metcon 01. How are you doing? I thought of a way I could actually show this on stream. If I hide this panel, this should work, right? Let's see. I have to add a new window though. I'm also fooling around. The stuff I'm fooling around with though is a parser tool. So really quickly show you the sort of the project. This started out as like just a definition of terms, but it's turning into like the project one pager, so to speak. So DataDisintegrator, like it says in the stream title, it's a programmable general purpose decoder. So using a domain specific language I came up with, we described a data format, and then the tool will parse any kind of binary file or stream using that format. So like, for example, here is this test GIF file we're playing around with. So it looks like this. And here's its raw bytes. So you notice how it says GIF89A, and then there's like no more text to read after that. The way the file format's described in my language, it's like a mixture between structure and function. And so this gives the overall structure of the whole file. And each of these are parts of the file. And it's broken down in subsequent pieces. So a header that's the part we were just looking at, the signature and the version. These are, S is like a built-in type called string. So it's a string called signature, and it has 24 bits. So if I were to put this side by side, you can see that, yes, side by side there. Right? Signature, and then next is string version 24 bits. That's these three, 89A. Next is logical screen, that has a logical screen descriptor that has the width and the height of the GIF, right? So, and that's using a helper called LEUI16 because by default we read things most significant byte first, but it's LSB first for GIFs, so we have to read them in 8 bits at a time and do a byte swap. So we read in the 41 and the 1, and that gives us 300. 44 and 1 gives us, if it's little ending, 300. So it kind of gives you an idea of what the tool does. What I envision making in the GUI is a hex editor on one side, and the other side sort of like a tree view, where it shows a breakdown of the file, and if you click on one side, it shows you where it is on the other side. So like kind of like mapping one to one. And then stretch goal would be that we could modify the structure on either side and regenerate the other side. So, and this is all in Rust for fun. And if any of that sort of didn't make any sense and you lost me, another way to describe the project is just for fun in Rust, making something like Wireshark, which is a tool that you can have it read in packets off your network card, and it'll show you the raw bytes of those packets, but it'll also show you what each packet means. So you can see like any DNS lookups or all that. Just packets that have fields in them, and yeah, basically that. So I've finished all of these at the top, and now I'm writing the GUI. So hex editor and like a data display next to it. And the hex editor is what I'm mostly working on tonight. No bit of Rust, what are you doing is unfamiliar. So I'm using a library called eGUI. It's what they call an immediate mode GUI. It's kind of modeled after IMGUI. So I'm making a widget called the hex editor because there's no built-in hex editor in IMGUI. So the data is scrambled because I'm not actually pulling it from a file. I'm just printing random data. But it's pretty simple. You want a scrollable area, and then we're drawing the offsets in the file, and then we're drawing 16 bytes at a time, and then what it looks like in ASCII, right? Hacker people are checking patterns on bitemap generated images. Yeah, so the tool that I'm making would be good for any kind of data analysis or reverse engineering of binary stuff. So I'm sure a hacker would find it useful. So this IMGUI stuff, it's a little funky, I have to say. So we have our own state. So I'm holding on to the number of rows we're displaying. Actually, this is going to go away because this is the number of rows of random data to display. And we also hold on to what font you've selected. So by default, it's 8-point monospace font, but you can override it. And this is a builder pattern function in Rust. Anything that takes something and owns it and spits back out the same type, basically it's transforming the object into another value of the same type by replacing the font. We learned they pull data from your tool and generate it into an image. Each distinct extension gives a very similar pattern for each. Huh. So yeah, this is a constructor in Rust, right? We're constructing a new value of the class hex editor. It's a more traditional constructor where we're making a value of this type from something else of a different type. In this case, the number of rows of random data, right? This is just a different kind of constructor, also called like a builder pattern or a transformer. So we're just taking something, returning the same type, but modifying the object. So this is how you'd write a custom widget in eGUI. You don't have to implement the widget trait, but it's one way to do it. And the way it works is when we're drawing our user interface, we're given a UI object, and that UI object is both a context and a tool set for how to draw and where to draw. So it comes with it like the available size in which we can draw. So this will be called from a larger context of like our hex editor is inside a window somewhere. So what's the available space given to us to draw the hex editor? We get that here. And then we actually want two things out of this. We want the actual rectangle to draw in, and then we also want to get any feedback from user events. It's kind of weird this way. So we have to say both where we would like to draw and what kind of feedback we want to receive. Hover is just like we want to know if the mouse is on top of it, but nothing else, right? So we get back two things, the rectangle in which to draw, and response, we can query and ask it, are we over the object, or did someone click on it, right? So what I'm doing right now is setting the clipping rectangle to clip right into that region, and then seeing where the top and the bottom of that rectangle are. And then this is how I learned how you draw into a subsection of your control. So if you like maybe drew an overall border or something, and then inside that border you want to do more things, you would draw the border and then you go and do child UI, and that gives you a new UI, which is like drawing into this sub rectangle with a certain kind of layout. So top down, align to the left, and then we could proceed and basically draw into that UI context. And what I'm drawing here is I'm gonna use this scrollable area. So basically I'm saying everything inside of this, we're gonna draw with the scroll bar vertical scroll bar. And its available size is by default, it's the same as what the scroll bar is gonna cover, right? But we're gonna take that and we're gonna adjust it so to figure out how high to make it to fit the entire file. And we'll calculate that in based off of this height of one row and multiply that by the total number of rows we have. And we say, well, that's our true canvas size. So this could be a really large number. Could be millions of pixels tall. And since we're inside a scroll area, when we allocate that exact size, we get an inner rectangle, which is huge, much bigger than the screen. But we also get, it's also shifted around. And this is a really weird part about it. The top left of that rectangle we get back is how much shifted around our canvas is relative to the screen. So I call that the canvas offset. And when I draw, I'm always adding the canvas offset in order to display the section of the canvas that we're scrolling to at the time. So getting the width of a character and calculating like where to draw things. Here's our random number generator when we're going to draw random bytes. We figure out which rows are visible based off of that clipping top and bottom of the clipping rectangle adjusted for the canvas offset. Divided by the row height gives us the row number, and then floor and ceiling because we want to display partial rows. We don't want them like to vanish when they get near the top or the bottom. And then we're looping just through the visible rows, and we're painting the offset on the left. And then for 16 bytes, we're generating a byte. We're calculating where to draw the ASCII code and where to draw the hexadecimal code, right? I'm adding an extra space in the hexadecimal part for column 8 because I'm used to that kind of hex editor. So here's where we paint the actual byte in hex, and here's where we paint it in ASCII. And the ASCII is a little weird. It's if it's transformable to ASCII, we draw it as is. Otherwise, we draw a dot. So that's why you see when I run this, the non-ASCII characters are dots on the right, and there's an extra column here at column 8. So that's basically how you draw a custom widget in eGUI. And it took me a while in the last stream, like 4 or 5 hours to figure out this stuff. So this is the rough equivalent to what I was doing in C# years ago. In that it's in this big function called render, onRender. And I'm doing some extra stuff here I wanted to work on tonight. So back then I had a real bitstream and I had an MRU list to cache the parts of the file that we're looking at so that we only read it once. But some of the same calculations are in here, like where are we drawing into, and like the visible bounds. Here's the lines that we're drawing. Here's where we format the bytes, right? Here's where we're drawing. I think this is drawing the offsets on the left. And then I need to add this tonight. Instead of random number generator, we actually want to read from the file and cache it, right? And here's that ASCII representation and the hexadecimal. So like here's that 32 to 127 thing that we had right here-ish. I did it in hexadecimal here, but it's the same thing. Append a dot if it's not within that range, right? So this is, it looks a lot different, but the equivalent code in C#, right? We had a drawing context and we do draw text, whereas in eGUI, we have a UI painter text. C# you had to do a point. Didn't mean to do that. You do a new point, and in eGUI you do a pos2. Different names, same meaning. Yeah, so the if I scroll this, it'll look nicer when I replace our animator, but you see the offsets here. If I scroll to the bottom, it goes to 630, and 4C is the highest we can see. But if we scroll up, now 4C it's here, and all I'm really changing is that canvas offset. Otherwise, like we could be drawing all of the rows, which would be a waste of time. So we're only drawing the rows that are visible. In fact, to show you what that, to better illustrate that, I can simply just add 1, or let's add 2 to the first visible row and subtract 2 from the last visible row. And then what you'll see is it'll be like it's clipping earlier. See, now when I scroll, you can see when rows fall off the top and come and get added to the bottom as I scroll down. If I scroll up, it's as soon as they get too low here, they stop getting drawn, and the new ones get drawn at the top. But by clipping right at the edge of the screen, there's the illusion that we're drawing all of it, even though we're only drawing what's visible, which I think is pretty cool. I want to work on the cache thing, but I wanted to look and see that MRU list, if there's an equivalent of that. So Well, that's where I was going to use ChatGPT for this, and I need to set this up. I don't want to use this DuckDuckGo after all. I want to see if I can get this window set up. So if I make a new, what do I do? I need, it's not video capture device, right? Isn't it? It's not screen capture. What is this? I guess it is a screen capture. And we're going to call this, well, problem is I don't want to show windows on screen that are private. You know, I'll set this up later. I won't do it tonight. Let me just ask, I'll ask ChatGPT off screen a question. So, is there an equivalent to the C# class MRU list in Rust? Okay, as of my knowledge base, January 2022, there is no direct equivalent to MRU class from C# in the Rust standard library. However, Rust has a rich ecosystem of crates, so it's saying I should just search for crates. Do you know of such a crate? It doesn't. It just wants me to search on crates for MRUs. Okay, fine, we'll do that. It wants me to go to either crates, or I like lib.rs and type MRU list. How about just MRU? I guess we could always make one. Similar strategy with mobile app scrollable content. Yeah, it's a typical strategy, is that you only draw what's visible. Same thing in game dev. A lot of the times it looks like the game is being drawn like the entire scene, but really things get clipped out if they're not visible. Most recently used. Oh, there's an LRU. I could always roll my own MRU. Or just use this one. An implementation of an LRU cache supports put, get, mute, pop, which are order 1. So here's an example. You make a new cache. You put an apple and banana. When you get apple, you get 3 out, and you can get 2 out. But when you get pear, you get none. Then when you put banana, what is this? Oh, you get the 2 out of it. Right. Because 2 used to be in there for banana. And then you put pear and you get none out. And you get pear, you get 5 out. And 4 for banana, but there's no apple. Right, because it dropped apple because you said there's only a size of 2 for your LRU cache. There are a few strategies based on your experience for example, Flutter draws UI objects with overflow to screen, while iOS directly mutates what they call cell. So it reuses some of the UI object without allocating new. Yeah. So because eGUI is an immediate mode GUI, there's very little state from one frame to another. So from a hex editor, there's really no state other than we have the number of rows and we have which font to use. Otherwise, everything is completely redrawn every time. So I'm thinking for the cache cells, though, that's going to be state because it's wasteful to keep constantly read the same section of the file. Yeah, so the object, the whole point of this is that we don't want to read the whole file into memory. It could be huge, but we only want to read the part that we're seeing. And if we start scrolling down, it'll read the new lines that we're seeing as we're scrolling. And if we scroll back up, it won't need to reread the file unless we've scrolled down a really long way. So the idea here is it dropped apple because it had like a larger number, I guess. Oh, so I guess the point is that we would use like a timestamp, and then it would drop the one with the lowest timestamp, right? So here, when we added pear, it kept pear and banana, but dropped apple because apple had a value of 3 and banana had a value of 4. Okay, I get it. So why don't we just use this library? So we can put it's generic on any value of key or value. The key has to be hashable. Okay, cool. Holds at most capacity items. I'm guessing it doesn't describe it here, but I'm guessing from this example that it's whichever that the values have to be comparable, like they have to have an order, and the highest order ones are kept first, and it drops the the lower order ones, the lower numbered ones. Maybe that's in the push. We'll see that in the put. Puts it in if it's already in, then updates the key values, returns the old value, otherwise none is returned. Oh, there's a difference between put and push. Put returns the old value. What's the difference between put and push? Or another entry is removed due to the LRE's capacity. So what put always puts it in, and push removes an old one if it's at capacity? Okay, but where does it say that, like, the values have to be ORed? I'd expect to see that here. Huh. I'm surprised. It doesn't look like there's really much constraints on this type. So does it matter what the value is then? Is it just based off of like some kind of rotating counter? Like, what does old mean here? So if it's some node, oh, I guess it's the none, right? Replace or create. Maybe it's this. Replaced. No, that's not it. Maybe it is. Replaced filter. Place or create a node. Swap out a node if the cache is full. Create a new node if space is available. So how do we know if it's old? Remove the last entry so we can use it for the new key. Oh, so there's like there's a linked list of some kind. Tail. Okay. So it really doesn't matter what the values are. The values don't have to be ordered. It has nothing to do with the value. So this was just a coincidence here that the values that they assigned here. It was that Apple was the one that wasn't updated. Got it. Okay, I think I know how to use this. So what's that version 0.12? So let's do it. So we'll have LRU 0.12. Okay, and then this will have an LRU cache. What did I call it here? Bitstream cache. LRU cache. See, they use implicit types here, so I have to actually look and see what the type looks like. So it's key value and okay, so the keys here would be offsets, so use size. Values would be I guess we'll make that typed or typed up here, type bitstream. What did I use in the hex editor for this? Byte array. Yeah, but we can be better, right? Bitstream cache line. U816. Okay, that from LRU. LRU cache new, right? Capacity. Good question. Cache limit. So I had it adjustable before it's used for the first time, right? Actually, no, I had it so that it was dynamically adjustable. This one, it's not, right? Or can it be changed afterwards? CM Griffin, you're rating me back. I rated you. You're not allowed to rate me back. How are you, Mr. Sir? I guess it is getting kind of late on a Saturday. How is Vexilla? How many languages are we in? Times and raids are just a circle. Yes, like the circle of life. I'm looking at this crate called LRU cache. It's basically porting something I wrote in WPF years ago where I used an MRU list. And so an LRU cache looks like a similar thing, but for Rust. This was in C#. I'm moving it to Rust. It's an LRU cache. Same idea. I want to cache some of the stuff that my hex editor that I'm building up is going to show. Figuring out Bazel stuff. C# giving you grief for the testing. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, so let me show you my hex editor. Can I run this now, or is it? No, it's not going to build. How about I just run from the last, and that'll work. So it's all random data, and but I was mostly focused on the GUI stuff before. So this is a custom eGUI widget for the hex editor. So the idea is we'll have two windows side by side. This is one of them, the hex editor, and on next to it, we're going to show what the bytes mean, similar to Wireshark. They have it so that the hex editor is at the bottom and the interpretation's at the top. I think for mine, it's going to be a bit simpler because I won't have two panels. I'll just have one, and I'm like thinking side by side might look better. But, you know, the idea being that you have your file on one side, and on the other side, you have the like a breakdown of the data. So this is the format language that you'd write it in, but you can imagine that the interpretation would have this format, only data would be something you could break into, there'd be a tick mark next to it, and when you open it up, there are now 61 elements of data, right? So sort of the graphical equivalent of when we get this output here, where we go all the way down, there's 60, we get to the 60th index of GIF data, and there's the first one right there, right? 0, 1, 2, and all the way down to 61 or 60. Why Rust? Don't you believe in Carbon? What's Carbon? Oh, is Carbon the rewrite of C or something like that? Is that actually taken off at all? Carbon. It's like the new C++ or something like that, right? Yeah, Carbon Lang. Experimental successor to C++. I guess Y Rust. I have a Y Rust. Compiler's a lot more strict. Gonna need better code design. Once you get a Rust program to compile, more often than not, it just works. You rarely do. You need to use a debugger. Can you say the same thing about Carbon? If so, hey, maybe I should be trying Carbon. I mean, it looks cool. I don't have any reason not to use Carbon. I just like Rust. You have a multi-cursor question. In VSC, you can select line 1 and 3 from multi-cursor without getting a cursor on line 2. Yeah. Debugger, barely newer. Great. Yeah, so I can click and then alt click, and then I can have multi-cursor. It's very useful for, like, let's say I wanted to change rows, but I don't have a way to refactor. I can still do a multi-word select and change it like that. Wonder when we hit full meta and start getting Zig zealots spamming all the GitHubs with rewrite this in Zig. It's an eternal thing. There are always going to be new languages, and there will always be zealots that like those new languages. I think that's fine as long as they don't become annoying. You only tried Shift Alt Click? Yeah, for me it's Alt Click to add cursors. Yeah. Your setup might be different. Most good editors these days have multi-cursor, so I'd be surprised if like Vim didn't have it. Thoughts on eGUI so far? I was talking about this before. It's really weird. Like the weirdest things to me are that when you allocate size in a layout, you get back two things. You get back the size that it was allocated for you, and you also get like an interpretation of the input events. And like, so like if you say, hey, I'm interested for this UI area, I'm interested in click and drag, this response now will include things like, did the user click there? Are they dragging something? And to me, that's like really weird, and I haven't really wrapped my brain around it yet. Control Shift L will select all instances. Yeah, so if I do like canvas size, and for me, I think it still is Control Shift L, and then every canvas size is now selected. Yep. But another thing you can do with Rust is you could just hit F2 and then change it, and it changes it semantically, which is kind of nice. The other thing that I'm still getting used to with eGUI is that it's kind of like imperative. It's like draw this text now, which I'm used to, but like the fact that you don't save any of the state for the next time. So like if you do any calculations about how many rows you're printing and where the coordinates are, usually all that just goes away and you have to recalculate it every time it's called. So there's very little state. I think my hex editor only remembers the number of rows it's drawing, the font it's using, and then I'm just now adding this LRU cache. And it's mostly a performance improvement. I don't really need it. Every frame I could read the file. It's just it would kill the performance if I did it that way. Yeah, so right when you guys rated, I was looking at what the capacity for the cache should be, and I was looking at the C++ version of this, and I saw that this limit is actually set every time we render, which means that MRU list supported dynamic capacity, and I was looking to see if the LRU cache supported that, and I don't think they do. Because their new takes the capacity, and I don't see a way to change the capacity once it's set. Unless there's a set capacity. There's the capacity, the maximum number of key values. There's this current capacity, but I don't see a way. Unless it's resize. Maybe it's resize. Yeah. So I think the way I did it in C# was kind of lazy. You could set cache limit as a property, I think. Yeah, it's like a property here. Where is it exactly? Right here. Cache limit property. But it didn't actually apply until the next render. Why did I do it that way? I don't know. Really, it doesn't need to be a separate maybe it's because I wanted to lazily construct the MRU list. Maybe that's the reason why I did it that way. I don't think I'm going to do it for this. I'm just going to have it start at the default, which should be specified around here somewhere. Actually, it would be that other variable, cache limit. Yeah, so it's 1000, right? And we're going to do it the proper way by making a constant. Constant default cache limit. Cache default bitstream cache capacity. 1000. 1000 lines. Don't tell me that it's not a U size. Non-zero U size. How do I make one of those? What? I have to do a non-zero U size new? Can I make a constant for that? Non-zero U size? But can I do an into? I can't do an into? What? And do it. Okay, fine. New, I guess. Only if it's constant. And it's not constant. Boo. It's an option? Ugh. Ugh. Why does it have to be optional? This is gross. I don't like this. So what do I have to do here? I have to do like non-zero U size. New. I can do a new unchecked. That's unsafe though. Okay, I'll do a new, but we'll do it with expect. If I could type correctly. Why you gotta, no. Zero bitstream cache capacity. See, it's always like weird to me that the expect is like, it should read like, we expect a non-zero bitstream cache capacity, but when it panics, it'll say, error, non-zero bitstream cache capacity. And you're like, well, it should be error 0. Or maybe I do expected. Or maybe it should just, we should expect that it prints expected, whatever. Have you seen Floem? The Lapsy team wrote a pretty nice framework based on Solid for WGPU. I've been using WGPU, but I've been WGPU is really just the way to draw triangles. And so like you could write any framework on top of that. It's pretty basic. You should put the word should in your expect. So like should or bitstream capacity cache capacity should be 0. Actually, that's a great way to praise it. So big and low, who CM Griffing says should sound like Bigelow. You're gonna get useless internet points. Spend them well. Just kidding. There's no way to spend them. They're useless. Okay, so we have a bitstream cache. I also need a bitstream. And the way I want to handle this is through a box. Actually, there's a bitstream handle. But I'm going to have to pull in an import for this, right? Oh, hold on. I don't have that as an abstract. I don't have that in its own crate yet. Um, I'll just have it define its own trait. And then we'll make a wrapper. We'll make an adapter for it. So I guess we could just stuff it in the same lib. Why not? Why not? So we'll have a trait, a pub trait, called bitstream. And we'll just specify what we need. And maybe I'll cheat and copy from the other trait that I have. That one's here. And it has these things in it. But maybe we don't need all of those. So what does the hex editor need? It's going to read cache lines, right? So what if we say it's just one method called readLine? Or actually, this should be a constant, right? Now that I think about it. Bitstream cache line size bytes. Cache line bytes. Right there. Okay. So I should actually make this line bytes or bytes. And we should have like an offset in bytes. Offset in bytes. Be unambiguous, right? Line size in bytes. And should we make it fallible? Here's the thing. Do I care if we read the file and there's an IO error? Not really. So I think we're just making it infallible. So why don't we just have it also be given... Actually, then I don't even need the size in bytes. We're just going to give it the line. So that's line. Mutable reference to a U8. So the size of that slice is going to be the number of bytes to read. And we don't return anything. But the other thing, we will need the length though. Length in bytes. Okay. So then that means I want some kind of trait object for that. Right? So that needs to be given to me in new instead of rows. We're getting rid of rows. Now we have a bitstream. Goodbye rows. Hello bitstream. And why don't we just put font in its place? Okay. So yeah, it's no longer self rows as F32. It's self. Well, hold on. I should cache this length because the length shouldn't change once we create it, right? So why don't we just have bitstream length usize, and we'll just initialize that here. We are going to store bitstream in self, so first we need to pre-calculate this. Let that be equal to bitstreamy dot length in bytes. Okay, so this is going to be self bitstream length in, but divide that, well, plus the cache line bytes minus 1 divided by the cache line bytes, right? Scroll the other direction. There we go. And that whole thing is F32. There we go. I should probably make that another function so it's not so confusing. But basically, we want to round up to the nearest cache line, to the next highest cache line in bytes. And that's the number of rows we have. And then multiply that by the row height. Okay. So this will just work, but to run it, we're going to have errors in the overlay. So we actually need to give it a bit stream at this point. So what do I do here? What if I make the bitstream optional, and if you don't give it one, it just doesn't show anything? Then we can start this off with none. And we can set it later. So make this an option. Null box of bitstream. So this is an option. And this also, this will become like bitstream on map, bitstream. Fortunately, we have to say bitstream 2 more times. Unwrap or 0. I don't know why there's an error there. Oh, because you should do an asref. Because we're just borrowing it to get the length. There we go. It's the other place. There. Okay. We're not using it. We're just filling it in. So let's use it down here. Yeah, we're gonna have to refactor this into different pieces because this is all a big jumbled mess, isn't it? Okay, the good news is that if canvas size is 0, then we're not gonna have any visible rows. Because actually, am I gonna end up having a crash here? Actually, let's see what happens. Because it's initializing it with a whatchamacallit, with a none already. So this is a good test. Let's run it. Okay, it's actually drawing rows that it shouldn't. So it's drawing too many rows, basically. Oh, I see. See, there's no scroll bar. It knows it doesn't need to scroll, but we're going past our canvas size. So this clip top is, this has to, we have to do to the minimum. Yeah. Let's assume that we always, no, not assume, because assume makes an asset of you and me. Let's assume, we'll take the fact that wherever the canvas offset is, the first visible row will always be correct, but the last visible row might go past the end of the data. So this should be actually a minimum of the number of rows total. So I should have calculated it first. This thing is num rows, or total rows, equals that, right? So this should be total rows as a F32. Why didn't it? Okay, and it's not going to format until I fix this. So, total rows -1, right? Well, it might be 0, though. So it's, yeah, total rows. Well, total rows, right? And that row number. This comes from standard compare. Okay, now it should not draw anything because there's no bitstream. It drew one row. Okay. I think it's because I have an inclusive. Yeah, I have an inclusive. Okay, so do I need to add 1 to this? Oh, you know what? The other way I could do it is I can just say if row is greater than or equal to total rows, then break. So that's actually a better idea. We're going to do that instead. I'm going to say if row is greater than or equal to total rows, break. Now it shouldn't draw anything. Cool. It draws nothing. So now we need to actually make it draw something. But we don't want to use random numbers. So let's make the first step and drop random. Rand. Drop rand from our crate imports. We have no RNG anymore. No using of RNGs we don't have. Got rid of the compare min, so we dropped that too. Okay. So here's the problem is we get bytes from a random number generator. Instead, what we want is we want to get it from a cache line. So before we go into the column, I think what we want to do is here's where we want to port the code from the hex editor cache stuff. So why don't I have some fun by copy pasting the C# code and then it's a cache, right? Copy paste the C# code and convert it to Rust. So it's like this, right? I'll go over to here and paste. Okay, so this is how it was in C#. We need to convert it to Rust. So we're getting a cache line from the cache. So that's let cache line equal self.bitstreamcache.get, I think, or insert, right? Get or insert. So ultimately we're getting it, right? So the key is going to be the row number. I think that's the best key we can do, row. And this function, now we got to figure out what the function is. I guess it takes no arguments and we're returning a cache line, right? So that cache line is going to be this stuff. So this. Okay. So I think I combined set, read, offset, and read, so we don't need to do that anymore. I don't need to make a new cache line. Oh, no, that's not true. I do. I need to make it because that's the target of what we're reading into, right? So let mute cache line equal can I just say bitstream cache line? I figured how this works. If it's just that, can I do that? I guess I can. Cause it let me. Let me copy this out and see. Oh, in the end, it needs me to give it the cache line, right? So that's cache line. And we're forgetting a punctuation. Oh, no, I can't call it like that. How do I call it? Is it with braces? I actually don't know how to make one. I think we just can't, right? So I have to kind of do it this way, I guess. Actually, can I make a new off of a type? I could if it was a new type, right? Yeah, so I just have to do it this way. I have to say that, and I have to put a 0 U8 there. Okay. So we created it. So we don't need a loop anymore, right? Because this was using an old interface, but this was using an interface where we could read only up to 64 bits at a time. So we're not going to be constrained by such arbitrary limitations, right? We're just going to say that self.bitstream. That's right, we might not have a bitstream. So then what do we do? Actually, we have to have a bitstream, because if we didn't, this would be 0. So I guess we'll do an expect here. Expect bitstream expected if drawing rows dot read line. And the offset in bytes is the row times 16. And the line is mutable cache line, right? Cool. So that's reading a line, so I don't need the loop or the, well, hold on. There is a limit, right? That line length. So we need to calculate that line length, actually. I wonder if I'm going to run into trouble with this. I guess we could always make one of those, and then we can calculate the line length. So that's supposed to be the minimum of a cache line. Actually, that's this. Copy, paste. The minimum of that and like the length of the bitstream total minus the offset, which we should pre-calculate. So like bitstream offset. That is equal to row times 8, right? Oh, hold on, wait a minute, let me think about this. The line happens to be the same as a row, right? So really, it's always going to be exactly 16. So it's more than a cache line size. It's this 16 is more fundamental. This is like the width, the row bytes, right? Like hex editor row bytes. Actually, what I should have done is select that whole thing and do the refactoring step. Okay, so row bytes. So actually, wherever there else is there's a 16, we should have that. Yeah, right here. 16 row bytes. Also in this calculation, that constant has to be recalculated. Let's actually pull that constant out now before I forget. So something equals 51. What is it? That's like the ASCII column offset. We'll calculate it as a U size and then convert it later. So it also depends on the row byte. Oops, what? Row byte offset digits, which is 8. Okay, so the calculation is that plus 2 for padding plus 3 times the number of row bytes plus 1 for the divider right in the middle plus the extra 2 padding to go beyond the bytes themselves. So right, that should be 51 right now. Can I hover that and have it calculated for me? Oh, anyway, that's 8 plus 2 is 10 plus 48. No. Yeah, 48, right? 16 times 3, 48. So that's 58. 59, 60, 61. Okay, that's not 51. I'm off by 10 somehow. Oh, because the other number counted in the row byte offset digits. So I think I can remove that. Hold on, where is that 51 again? Yeah, it added that. So that means we're not really adding that in. It's just this. So this is as F. So if we're doing the as twice, that doesn't really make sense, right? We should just do it once. Okay, so I got rid of that constant. Okay. Okay, so cache lines row bytes. So offset is row times. Why do I have 8 there? This should be row bytes. Yeah. And then it's the minimum of that minus the bitstream offset. That's how long this particular line is. So we read from the offset and fill that line up. Question is, can I put in line length there? Will it let me? I don't think it will. Okay, it won't. So then what I'm going to do is do a slice from 0 to line length. Okay, so that gets rid of this loop. Actually gets rid of all this stuff, right? And then we just do oh, don't need to do the add either. Okay. So I'm guessing I get refreshes the cache. Let's see if that's what it does. I think it does. I'm hoping it does. It's whatever this detach attach does. Oh, so it moves it to the beginning. Okay, that's exactly what I want. Cool. So getting it refreshes it basically, and if it couldn't get it, it reads it from the file. Okay, and then that reads the line. Then we just pick it out of the line, right? And that shouldn't be row bytes. It should go to the line length. So that we should compute outside, which means we're dragging these out too. So 0 to line length. This is going to be cache line index column. Cannot move out. So why not? Oh, as ref, as mute. There we go. Greetings, program. C17R, how are you? Loop variable is used, so... Oh, it wants me to cache line iter, enumerate, take line. No, no, thank you. We're not going to do that. It is not a needless range loop. Allow that needless range loop. 12:30 a.m. or you can't sleep? Don't worry, my voice will put you to sleep, C17R. I have a soothing radio voice that will put you to sleep in no time. It's not a rangeless for loop. This is not the rangeless for loop you're looking for. Exactly. You got it. So this should work, right? I just need to implement that trait. No big deal. So to implement that trait, do I just hack in some data for now? Where am I? I am in the GUI. In the info overlay. And I created it with none. So I think for now we'll just hack it in here. Let's just have it come in from the new. So this is just temporary. We'll have a bit stream. Is a hex editor. Bitstream. Box dyn. Some bitstream. In the real GUI, what it'll do is it'll start as none, and then it'll have like some way to either drag drop a file in or some menu option, and then you'll do a file picker, and then you pick the file, and then I'll have to have like a set file or something on this. But for now, we're just gonna have it dropped in, and we'll have like an implementation of it. So bitstreamy. Okay, let's have it converted here. Hex editor bitstream. So we have to actually make a bitstream. So to do replace with real file. Let bitstream equals bitstream file adapter. I want to leverage the other class that we already have, so it's going to take like a ingestion bitstream file. New. So it needs a file. So I'm just going to hard code this. Let's just pull in our lol.gif for now, right? So how do I get that? It's like file comes from standard file. It's like open, right? And then I give it a path. This is a lot of... So what's the path? Just hard coded? What's the path I'm on now? PWD. So it's home Raimu projects DataDisintegrator copy paste slash stage slash gif.lol, right? Or lol.gif. Okay, I need bitstream adapter. We're gonna box that. Okay, so we just need this. What's wrong with my file? Oh, that's always gonna work, right? So unwrap that puppy. Okay, let's make this. This is a temporary. Well, actually, this is not a temporary thing. We'll. Eventually, I want to share this. So, how do I want to do this? I want to do it the right way, which is rc new ref cell new, because that's how it comes out of the ingestion library. So we're going to do this the right way and actually make a new file. Bitstream file adapt. Actually, it's not even a file adapter. It's a bitstream adapter. Bitstream adapter. It works with any bitstream. So we have to declare that as a module. Okay, and then in bitstream adapter, we do all the magic, right? Why didn't it? Oh, because it's part of the app. So move that into the app. There we go. Why is this not happy now? Oh, because we haven't defined it yet. Struct bitstream adapter. It's public. And then we have to have an implementation that takes for new public. It takes a bitstream, which is ingestion bitstream handle, and gives us back a self. Okay, can close this because I need all the space I can get. How do you evaluate the progression of the project? I say I'm like 75% done, maybe 85. I'm going by the list of parts. So I've written all of these parts. And the GUI is the last step, but the GUI is going to have like functionality that's going to grow over time, because I'll put in like the minimum functionality and then I'm going to be like, but this would be more fun if I added this option, or if I click on this, it should do something. And then that'll probably change stuff in the bridge and in the ingestion library. So we've gone 50 days. We'll probably go another 10 or 15 at least. Yeah. I think it's going to start to go more rapidly when I have the GUI elements done, and then we're actually like putting all the pieces together. But I have notoriously bad at projecting how long things will take. So really, we're just going to hold on to this thing, right? And we're going to like use it. So there we go. And it's just self with the bitstream in it. The magic is going to be our implementation of the bitstream adapter. No. Bitstream from hex editor. I don't want to use though, so let's implement hex editor bitstream for bitstream adapter. Let's leave it to do for now to make sure it builds. And it doesn't build because it can't find this, because we need to use it. Import it. Why do I have to say create app? Can't I just say, where is it? Can't I just say use bitstream adapter like that? I think that's a fine way to import it. All right. What? Use literal? No. This should be new. My bad. Okay, so that builds. It's not going to work though, because we did not implement this. So length and bytes is super easy. We should just actually, oh, actually it's already cached for us, right? Just do self, bitstream, borrow, and length, and multiply by 8, because this trait is all in bits. Okay, and no semicolon. So that one was easy. The hard part is here. It's actually not that hard. We're going to first, I think we should borrow it as mute the whole time, just in case like we have a bug and we have another thread or something borrowed at the same time. There should be like a panic, right? So actually I don't even think it'll let us make it in a multi-threaded environment because it won't even compile, but So then do I need to worry about borrowing it? I do want to borrow it mutably because we're going to have to call mutable functions, and might as well only do it once. Bitstream equals borrow it mutably, and then we say bitstream dot set offset to offset in bytes times 8. And then we can read up to 64 bits at a time, right? So we'll say let... Actually, can't I reassign line? I can just have it move forward as we're going, right? Let like while line.length is greater than 0, right? And then we'll say why does it not like this? It needs to be mutable. There. Be mutable. Be mutable. While the line length is greater than 0, I want to grab as many bits as we can. So let num bits equals the minimum of 64 and the number of bits left, which is line.length times 8. That is standard compare. All right. So, let's let the bits equal bitstream dot bits num bits. So that's giving me bits in like the least significant bits, right? So I need to shift that up to the most significant because we're going to pull off the top, I think. Or should I just pull off from most to least? Well, we can, the number of bits, so for, I think I do want to shift it up. 64 minus the number of bits. So it's in the most significant bits now, right? And then I think we're just going to go byte for byte and take the top 8 bits, store it, move on. So at the end, line will equal mutable reference to line. Really I want num bytes, don't I? Or I could just crawl it one at a time like this in a loop while num bits is greater than 0. And say like num bits minus equal 8. Make it mutable. And at each point we just say line 0 equals bits shifted right 56, right? Bits equals bits shifted, well, I can do a shift left equal 8. And this has to be cast directly to U8. And it's probably going to warn me about overflow. Bits is also mutable. Is empty, while not line is empty. There we go. All these mutts are cramping your style? Well, that's imperative style for you. I think this will work, but let's give it a try. Putting it all together. I think it worked, my friends. I see GF89A there. So we want to compare that to what the hex editor here has to say. Right? Those look correct. They look correct to me. The first line's correct, at least. Second line looks good. How about like the one at B? Yeah. I guess I could scroll it. Oh, that scroll line is so tiny. And I crashed. Attempt to subtract with overflow. Okay, when I moved it too far, it crashed. Why do you suppose it's crashing? Scroll wheel works, which is kind of cool. I think we calculated the number of rows to be too large. Did I multiply instead of divide? I think I did. Yeah, that's divided by 8, not multiplied by 8. That's probably what it is. I am porting one of my programs, yes. But the code I wrote this wasn't a port. This, I just adapting two traits together. This is the C# code that I ported to here. No, not to there. Hold on. See that got ported to here. It looks really different now. Let's do side by side. How about one under the other? How do I do that? There we go. And it's kind of hard to see, but like it used to be in C#, we got it from the cache, and if it was null, then we went and read it, right? So now we get to do a new fancier way where we're always going to get a cache line, and it's we get or we insert a new one, and here's our buffer like here, and here we're making sure we have a bit stream and we're doing a read line, whereas before we did all that shifting here. I moved it into the implementation of this wrapper, which we'll look at in a minute. Yeah, in the end, it had to do an explicit add here, but that's now part of get or insert. So this weird shifting we get to if we go to here. I have to go to the actual implementation of it, which is not there, but it's now in that other file. This one. So here's the same weird shifting, right? So we read some bits and we shift. I guess I had an if less than 64. I mean, this is the same thing. It'll be a no op if n numbits is 64, right? Either way, 64 minus n, we shift left that many times. And then I had a for loop here, and in Rust, I do moving the slice. It's the same thing, right? Except here I have to index. Here I didn't have to index. I'm still shifting right 56 and casting it to byte. I'm still shifting left the bits by 8. So it's the same code, only just written a little bit differently. Maybe I should have written it like this in Rust too. I don't know. What do you guys think? This one I was just crawling the slice one byte at a time. This one I'm indexing the slice one byte at a time. The crawling has a side effect that we have to update line and num bits. In this one, I just had a single variable j, but the side effect there is I had to add I and j together. Here I just put a 0. I don't know. I think it's like a wash, right? It's fine. It works. I should be able to scroll to the bottom and have it not crash. There we go. So that goes down to the very last byte, which should match this if I go down to the very last byte. There we go. Looks like it matches to me. The ASCII matches. Yep. That's because it's not wide enough. There we go. Now that looks the same. I think we did it, chat. The scroll bar is really teeny tiny, though. It's hard to grab it. I'm kind of thinking like I should have them. I don't control that scroll bar size. That's something that eGUI does for me, right? Yeah. Don't think you realized the old version was in C#. This part was, yeah, the GUI. I actually wrote 2 GUIs. I could look at the Cocoa equivalent. I don't even know if that one's complete. terminology. Yeah, the original GUI I wrote in WPF, and then I wrote a Cocoa equivalent. I don't know, let's see. Hex editor. Looks like I do have a Cocoa equivalent. I don't know if it's written completely yet, though. Draw rect. I guess it is. Here's the same thing, but in Objective-C. This code is mostly the same. I don't know why I used this weird concoction where it's like on the heap, but it's got a deleter. I should have just used like a Cocoa equivalent of that, right? Like an NS data or something. Yeah, but we're doing what is this? Draw at point. So we make a mutable string when we do a draw at point with well, that's a long line. Yeah, it's been so long since I wrote that. I didn't remember any of that. Do you have a dedicated Mac for this sort of thing? No, this is just my main computer. But what you're seeing here is just the virtual machine that I'm running things in. So technically I'm on a Mac, but I'm also in Linux on a Mac. Okay, so I'll leave that to do. Right now we have hard-coded the file, but I think it works pretty well. It's kind of too wide though. That's just the font, right? Maybe I reduce the size of the font. If I make it any smaller, you guys won't be able to read it though, right? The alternative is I could make it just 8 bytes wide, which we should be able to do now because I made it a constant. All I really need to do is go to my new hex editor. Where is it? How come it's not open? Hex editor. Oh, because it's called lib.rs, right? Not that one. I don't know why. I think I closed it. There it is. I can just change that to 8, right? It is going to add one. I think it's actually going to have a little bit of an artifact, but that's fine. This should still work, right? It'll now be a much narrower hex editor, only showing 8 bytes at a time. Yeah, it's got an extra column right here because I put an extra column after column 8. So maybe I'd do an 8-byte wide. Oh, you know what? I have an idea. How about instead of at 8, we do it at whatever the line is divided by 2. So there's a hard-coded 8 in here. Let's remove it with that over 2. I think I put it right here. Look at there. Divided by 2. Sweet. So now it'll put an extra column right in the middle at 4. You tried running Arch using UTM on one of the M1s. Yeah, I tried UTM and it was not so good. So what I settled on was parallels, and I'm using a I'll show you uname. I'm using an ARM64, an AArch64 build of Linux. So there's no emulation. It's just it's the same architecture, guest as host. There are like issues running like emulating Intel on ARM that I run into. And so yeah, I'm kind of constrained because I can only use a distro that you either have to figure out the build myself or use an existing distro that supports 64-bit ARM. So cool, now we have a nice divider down the center. We're only showing 8. Okay, this is wrong. See the bug? Should be 8, 10, 28. Let's fix that. So that should be like where yeah, here. It's not row times 16, it's row times row bytes. Bugs. Finding and fixing. Tempted to try parallels? I'm having a great experience with parallels. It's been like super good. UTM like worked okay-ish, but sort of not that impressed. It is free though, and Parallels is not. Don't really want to use paid proprietary software. But yeah, well, there's that trade-off. Paid proprietary software, usually better. Free software, it is what you pay for. That's not always the case, but it's a general rule, right? I think this is great. In fact, you know what I can do is I can have it based off of how wide the window is, what the row size is. I can actually make it non-constant. Can't I? Can I make row bytes non-constant? If I did that, then this ASCII column offset's also not constant, and the cache line. So maybe there would be a max row bytes that we would use for the constant, and in the code here we would use the non-constant, something like that. Yes, I'm using Linux, but Linux is one of those exceptions, I think. And that's because a lot of companies have propped it up. I don't think Linux would be where it is today if it weren't for a lot of companies investing a lot of people and time and money into it. That's my opinion. I'm sure that there'll be people who disagree with me. Okay. So, do I move on from the hex editor, or do I port more of the C# over? Back 15 years ago, I used a MacBook Pro with Parallels to build C# ASAP as a way to check browsers across multiple OSs. That's a long time ago for a MacBook Pro. We're talking like, what? Was OS 10 even running that long ago? I forgot when OS 10 came out. Oh, I haven't done any of the like highlighting and stuff. Should I do that? Oh, and I should do like the byte, like the mouse down callbacks. So they're like callbacks we do when someone clicks on a range, right? Where's that done? On mouse left button down. We do a point to offset, and then we do where is it? This mouse down offset is actually a property that you can have a listener for, I think. No, it's a private. Take that back. Is it selection start then? Or mouse down hex part? I thought one of these we could get a callback. Maybe it's mouse up. Oh, it's mouse up. Byte selected invoke. I remember this stuff. This is really cool, and I learned it originally. What you do is you just call something an event handler with args, and then in your other C# modules, you can do a plus equals and give it a closure, and it would automatically call that whenever you generate the event here, when you do this invoke. And it would do it for everything that subscribed to it, not just one function. That was really hot back in the day. So question is, how is this done in eGUI? It's so far I've seen that eGUI uses that response for it, but I think that response is very limited in what it can do, right? I don't need to search here. I'm going to here, response. This thing. The result of adding a widget to UI lets you know whether or not the widget is being hovered, clicked, or dragged. It also lets you easily show a tooltip on hover. So I think this is what we'll use as a basis. We'll do a clicked on the scrolled area to figure out which byte we clicked on, and then I think what we'll do is we'll follow the same pattern, but we won't return a response. We'll return our own custom thing. Yeah. So maybe start by defining that thing. So So yeah, let's define it here. Struct response. Impl response. And we'll have a function like public function. What did I call it in the hex editor? Byte selected. And this will return an option. Hold on. The way this worked is it's like returns bools, right? But we don't have to adhere to that. We could have a return an option with more information, right? Yeah, see, the way this is designed, you have to see, like, are you being dragged? Bool. Okay, then get the drag delta. I don't like that. Let's make it better. We'll make this an option, and then what do we actually return for that? Let's move this up next to it. So it was an offset. So the byte offset. So then, yeah. We don't need that. Where's my lib? I'm getting lost now. Here it is. So this should move up next to it. Right? We're here. We want to kind of port that over. Usize. Actually, is usize the right type for this? Or like, because what I used was ulong. That would be U64 for us Rust people, right? I'll consider that. Actually, the right thing to do would be to put in my to-do list. Consider using U64 or even a new type for bitstream offsets and lengths rather than usize. Okay, now it's on my to-do list to consider. Okay, so then I think what we'll do is just return it, right? Or maybe just make this an enum? Because we can't both select a byte and like do other things at the same time, right? So why not make this an enum? Byte selected. Usize. None. So this will be a match. Self. This is self. None is none. Byte selected offset is some offset. Copied. Okay, so that's good. So I want the UI to return that. I don't think it makes sense to return that. We're going to return our own response now. Oh, wait. I can't do that and adhere to the widget trait. Aw, shucks. No more widget trait. We're just going to call it draw. And that's because I had it of mutable self, right? I don't think I'm going to need to benefit from all those other things that the widget trait allows me to do. Somebody pointed out that AOC 2023 is just 26 days away. It's coming up. Coming up. Leopard era. So that's still OS 10, right? Not mentally prepared this year? C17R, you got to get in your game. You're like a leaderboard leader of the leaderboards. You can't let some like young whippersnapper, up and coming competitor beat you. You can't let that happen. All right, so this, if we get down here, I think the response should just be response none. Actually, why don't we'll have a response. And that response should depend on what happens here, right? What does this return? This returns whatever we want it to return. Nice. So, delete that. Delete that. So we get a response here. That's what I should use, right? We should map that response to, right? We should say response dot map. Well, it's like if response dot clicked. Else response none, right? Or really, I'll have, I don't want to do an early return. I guess I could do an early, well, let's just keep it the way it is. So let's get it to compile again. To-dos. Scroll out audio area output dot response. What? Does this not return the same kind of response? Oh, what is that? Oh, we get multiple things. I didn't know that. And this thing implements click? Huh. Wait, how does that R get in there? R inner. What the user closure returned. Weird. So is there an implementation? Are there methods of that? No. Don't see it. Okay, so that's weird. Okay. Anyway, how did it let me do clicked? Wait. Oh, because the inner one. I got it. I need to do like dot inner. There we go. I fixed it. So yeah, what else is available besides inner? ID of the scroll area, the state of the scroll area, content size, inner rect. Huh. So there's a lot of interesting output we get from that I don't care about. Okay, so if we clicked, how do we know where it was clicked? Do I get like a click location? Triple clicked. I think I saw it some here. Where was it? There's hover position. Is this it? Interact pointer position? Then I don't even need to do click, right? Where the pointer mouse touch when this widget was clicked. None of the widgets not being interacted with. So don't I just want to like use this and not clicked? They're using the same convention I'm using. And what button are we talking about here? Okay, I gotta look at, let's see. Response, right? So, oh, I get it. We probably want to first see if it was left clicked. Primary button, right? There's probably a right clicked or secondary clicked. Okay. So do we distinguish between whether it's primary and secondary first? And if it's primary clicked, yeah, okay. It probably says you can use interact to sense more things after. Okay, got it. Check for more interactions. Oh, cool. So if it's clicked, you can sense it. All right. Wait, why are they doing it this way? I don't get this. Oh, you can just change your mind. You can say at first like you never clicked. But okay, well just pretend like change the interaction to click. Okay, are you clicked now? Got it. Okay. Then I think this is the right thing. So this would always be unwrap, right? So let position equal unwrap or expect, I guess. And we can put like, yeah, we expect position expected, pointer position expected if clicked. Okay, now the hard part is to figure out if we clicked on a byte and which byte did we click on. So I could use some of this math here, right? Um, yeah, we have like canvas offset and so we take the pointer position and add or subtract. Well, this would be a position, a y vertical position. So I would subtract the canvas offset and divide by. So I want this for the vertical. So let row equal position.y minus offset.y divided by row height floor as u size, right? I don't know if floor is the right one though. I guess it is though. Let me think about it. Yeah, because if you click anywhere within if the clipping position is anywhere within that row, then that's the first row. Okay, so that's our row, and then maybe columns the same way. Column. Well, we might either click on a hex code or we might click on an ASCII code. Either way, like I should at least be able to get the. Oh, we can use the text. What is it? Character width. Like we do row width. There we go. So it's the x position minus the x canvas offset divided by character width, and that gives us the column. So then if we say if column, well, there's a range, right? The range we knew up here. Where is it? Offset column width to offset column width plus the number of columns as F32 times 3, right? That's what I can do. So if, let's just calculate them. Let byte first column, byte column like start and end. So the start is the column width plus 0. Okay, 2 of them, right? That would be that's just it's just that. So the column end is this, and I have to add 1. because of the extra break in the middle. So this is the number of columns, which is row bytes, right? Don't need to column width because we already divided that back out. And this is really this as usize. Actually, then I can leverage this one. That plus row bytes times 3 plus 1, because there's that extra one added. So then if byte column start to byte column end dot contains column, then we clicked on a byte and we know which one it is. Well, actually, know exactly what it is, right? We have to divide by 3, and then if it's past the middle, then yeah. By adding that extra column in the middle, I made it more complicated. I know. We'll first check. Actually, I know what I can do. I can do this in 2 steps. I can say column 0 start and column 0 end, and we can have column 1 end. So this will be row bytes divided by 2 times 3, and there's no plus 1. And then this one is column end plus 1. So skip 1 column, and then that start plus that many more bytes, or that many more characters over. Okay, and then that actually makes it easier to calculate the ASCII start and end. So that's this plus 2 more, and this is just that many. Okay, so then I have like that, else, right? Else none. So if it falls in this range, it's going to be response byte selected, and this will be it's always going to be the row times row bytes plus the column minus the start divided by 3, right? So if you click on the space right after a byte, it's going to think you clicked on the byte to the left when I do that, if I do it like this. So this is with a 1 there. And this is where it's ASCII start, and I don't divide by 3. Okay. So then I just need to ask the question out in the info overlay. And this is draw, right? And then we'll say like byte selected. If let sum offset equals, then hey, let's print it, right? Print. You clicked on offset 08x ln done. Oh, we have errors. Draw is private. Why is draw private? It shouldn't be. Let's run it. So if I did this right now, if I click on any byte, it'll tell me where I clicked. All right, so let's click on the first byte. Didn't do anything. It's not working at all. Bummer. So let's debug. Let's first debug with DBJs. So let's see if we're even getting a response at all. So let's do a DBG here to see what we're clicking on. If we're actually clicking on anything. Yes. So I'm getting interaction coordinates. Okay, cool. We're getting that far. So next I want to print what are the rows, what's the row and column? So DBG row column. Okay. Row 0. So this should be 0, 0. Okay, and this should be like 0, 8. Okay, these are correct. It's giving me rows and columns. So if I scroll ways in, it's going to be a really high row number. Okay, well that part's correct. So it's getting that far. So then I guess it's the these that might not be correct. So let's do 2 DBJs. Let's do let's just look at the start and end for column 0. Oh, that's not right. 108 and 120? Oh, is that in pixels? That's probably what's wrong. That's numbers in pixels, isn't it? Yes. Okay. Then actually what I want, hold on. It's, oh, that's hard coded? Dang. Okay, let's not hard code that. So that's like offset digits or something. Oh, I already have it here. I just had it, I'm not using that constant correctly. It's right here. Plus 2 as F32. It didn't like that because I had too many parentheses. Okay. Do I have any other 10s? Nope. Okay, so then really what I wanted was that constant all along, plus 2. So that's down here, right? So that's this plus 2. Cool. Let's try again. Click on that very first byte. Oh, clicked on offset. 7's wrong, but okay. Oh, you know what? I'm not dividing by 3, and I'm also not subtracting the, yeah, so I'm not dividing by 3. Oh, this should be this divided by 3, right? Also, yeah, actually, that's probably the only thing I need to do. I need to divide that by 3. Okay. Yes. Okay, cool. This should do it. Offset 0, yay! I didn't click anywhere. So I click here in between, it says 0. If I click there, it's a 1. If I click down here, it should be BF. BB? Oh, right, BF is the next one. There. No, I think this is wrong. BA, B9, B8. This is off by something. A, B, C. Oh, no, that's wrong. I need to add the row bytes over 2. So should plus that over 2. There we go. Fixed. Best kind of testing is the iterative testing by hand. I don't believe in unit testing UIs. I think it's foolish. Just test them by hand because they're user interfaces. I'm a user. The fun part of UI work. I think we got it though. See, I can click bytes over here. If I click out here, I'm not really clicking on anything unless I click. So there's one defect is if I click between bytes, it thinks I'm clicking something. Now, how does the actual hex editor in Visual Studio work? If I'm in this lol.gif and I click between bytes, what happens? Oh, it actually divides it in half. So you could be clicking to the one on the left or the one on the right. What about between here? Then I'm not clicking anything. Okay, so there is a dead zone. There's a dead zone right here. But like if I split the bytes, then it's which one I'm closer to. Yeah. So then I should split the distance between the two. That's what I should do. If I click on that third byte. Okay. Let me get rid of some of my DBGs. We don't need that or that. Okay, so yeah, I need to see if I'm on that third character. So what would it be? It's really this modulo 3. And then if it is, what do I do? Then it's like, well, I need the modulo of this original divide that I did right here. So let's calculate that here. Call fraction. Actually, all I really need to do is do that subtract column, right? And then I get a fraction between 0 and 1. Then I can just say if it's less than 0.5, and I go left. Greater than 0.5, I go right. Yeah, it's gonna be. There should be an easier way to do this. Maybe I should see how I did it in hex editor. Probably what I did is I didn't divide by the character width. Instead, I multiplied by the character width. And I just saw, okay, I should just look and see what I did. I was probably smarter. Younger Raimu was generally smarter than current day Raimu. And I was just there, wasn't I? Here we go. Left down, point to offset. That's where the magic is. I was just there and I skipped past it. There he is. Okay. So there's a padding left, a line offset digits plus 2, horizontal offset. Horizontal offset. So I allowed it to scroll horizontally? Interesting. Widest character width, right? Hex part is true. Okay. Is that valid C sharp? So I guess it is, right? That means it's nullable. So if it's true or not set at all, then it's true. Okay. And why did I do a plus equals 0? I don't know. Someone go back in time, ask past Raimu what's up. Oh, I hard coded the numbers. So this is the halfway point, right? And then this is one past that halfway point to skip that one digit. Yeah, so I converted offsets into pixels and then just, yeah, and then I divided there. I saw if it was in the right pixel range and then I divided it. Okay. I don't know which way's better. They both look goofy. I think it's gonna look odd to like check the fraction and then like, because if you click too far to the right, it might go an extra byte down to the next row, which is wrong. So let's not do it this way. So let's the row makes sense, but the column, I think we don't want to divide by the character width or take the floor. So let's just not call it a column then. Let's call it X. So these I need to multiply by, what was that? Care width. So these are the actual boundaries, right? This times care width. And then the end again, plus row bytes over 2 times 3 minus 1, right? Divided by times care width. Because I don't want to count the space to the right of that last byte there. Right, we have to convert this to as F32s. What? Oh. The other way. This side. This is an F32. Okay, so then take that out. Okay. Then 1 is 0 plus character width. Yep, because they were skipping a character, and that's the end. End is the start plus, again, that times, okay, cool. So that goes away. This one is ASCII, and then this is column 1 end, and I need to multiply this by 2. And this is plus row bytes. Exactly that. All right. So now it's in pixels, really. So it's, if this range, can I do that with floats? I don't know if this will actually let me do it. Contains X. I guess it's not gonna do it. Didn't I have X? Oh, it should be X. I guess you can have a range with floats in it. Okay. So then it's gonna be X minus that. And then I have to do divide by I want to put as much space to the left of every byte as there are to the right, right? So really, actually, this start should be -1/2 character width. And the end should be +1/2 character width. So like, I should take this and add 0.5. And I should take this and subtract 0.5. Well, no, I don't have to. I'm already subtracting 1. Okay. So like, if this was 1, it would go 3 over -1. Okay, yeah, that's correct. Okay. So I do just want to divide by 3, don't I? Because each zone is now 3 characters and it's half a character shifted left. Yeah, so then it's just x minus that divided by 3. 0.0 and then round it, right? And then is it round? No, it's truncated. It's which slot does it fall into? So this as U sides. Okay, yeah, this is complicated. Divided by... Actually, don't we have to divide by 3 times the character width? This is x divided by character width. Why do I have minus ASCII start? Because I should have that. It's that divided by character width as U sides. Okay, I did it. Let's see if it was correct. So now there should be a little bit of a zone left to it. Oh, nope. I think I went the wrong way. Click there and it's not hitting it. Yeah, I went too far. I need to shift it the other direction. So did I added? I need to subtract. Okay, now it's working. So now there's a zone like half a character to the left that I can click on and select the, and then if I, wait. The zone for 4 is too wide. Yeah, it's way too wide. Does that mean that this is off? Yeah, that's way too wide. How did I get that wrong? And oh, this is times 2, isn't it? Let me think of that. No, it should just be +1 width. Hold on, let me run that again. Yeah, that extra space is screwing with me. That last character is not wide enough. I think I needed to add one, not subtract one. Or not subtract one, right? Yeah, why? Yeah, I don't want to subtract one. That doesn't make sense. That's how wide the zones literally are. Okay. 3. 3 again. 4's over there. And there's a small neutral zone there that you can't click on. That's what I want. And then that's 7, 6. Click over here, nothing. Click there, right there, 7. Okay, and then here, 0, 1. No, that should be 0, not 1. I think I'm off on the ASCII side. Let's end plus character width times 2. No, it should be times 1.5. Because, yeah, otherwise the math is going to be off. Because the right edge of, so we're doing a half character to the right of here. And then I only want to go 1/2 character over, then 1 extra. Well, actually, why is it showing like, the gap is too wide here, actually. The gap is too wide there. I need to fix that. The drawing position's wrong. ASCII column offset is the number of digits plus 2 plus 3 times that plus 1. That's correct. Then how did I get that wrong? Maybe that's not correct. Hold on. That's 8 plus 2 more. And then every byte is 3 times row byte. Well, there's 3 times, each one is 3 bytes long, or 3 characters long. There are 8 of them. Oh, right, we counted this one twice, so it's just one more. Yes. Okay, it was off by 1. Because there's a space to the right of this, so there's only really after this, each of these digits has a space to its right. There's an extra one here, and there's one extra one there. Okay, so I click there, nothing. There I'm on 0, that's 7. I click over here, nothing. There's F. Okay, cool. I think I got it right. Okay, so it took a while, but I got it. So now clicking tells me where I'm clicked. And if I scroll, that should give me the correct offset, yes. Scroll to the end. Okay, it allows me to click past the end, so I shouldn't allow that, right? Yeah, I shouldn't be allowed to click past the end. All the way down here, right? All of these 3 I have to have a little check, don't I? I guess I can do it in 2 steps, right? Let response equal that, and then semicolon, and then if let me just do a match. And we'll do an interesting match. So match will have 2 byte selecteds. This to that. One of these will go to nothing, and it'll be ignored. And this will be an offset where, or if, offset is less than self dot bitstream length goes to this. There. Now we clicked on nothing if we click past the length. So clicking around works. Go to the end of the file. Click on the last byte, it works. Click one past the last byte, nothing, nothing, nothing. Nothing over here. Click there, it works. Cool. I don't have to worry about clicking past the up from the beginning, do I? Don't think so. All right, cool. It's done. It was +2 + 1 before, now it's +1 + 1. See ya, merit counts. Yeah, so this was +1 + 2, and now it's +1 + 1. This is for the extra byte in the middle, and this is for the extra byte to the right of the between the ASCII and the hex. This is for the two spaces between the offset and the first hex value. Yeah. Kind of hard to count for. Another way to do it is like there's that +2 plus 3 times that over 2 plus 1 plus another 3 times that over 2 plus 1, and then we get to the ASCII. We don't need widget anymore. And I technically don't need to do this anymore, right? Because I was only doing that when I was drawing something around the scrolled area. Unless I want to do the offset thing. Maybe I do that. So that would be like we draw an extra row. Yep. Okay. Let's do it just for fun. So I don't need to do a scroll area, but I do want to do a allocate exact size. And I want to do that here. And I don't care about this response. This rect is the header rect. And I don't want a canvas size. What do I want exactly? Let's compute it. So we want like a header size. And that's mutable because we want the header size dot height dot y. I need this calculated up front. So take that and move it up here. That's row height. So we calculate the header rect from the header size, and we don't care about clicking on that. Don't need that response. So in here, we want to do some drawing, right? So this inner part. I don't know if it's needless or not, but we're going to draw stuff. Okay, we're going to draw it up here. This is going to be 2 row bytes, right? Yes. Maybe a dumb question, but what happens if, hold on. I'm screwing up. Someone uses it on a screen that increased character size by 50% to make it more readable. Will the math still be correct? Let's test that. It should work because it's basing it off of the text height and the character width. Right here. Text width and text height. In fact, why don't I just pull those out to make it easier to see? So there's the character width and the row height. So it's going to fall apart if we don't use a monospace font. So it kind of assumes that we're using a monospace font. If not, the math is going to be all weird. It'll actually put the text in the right spots, but things will flow into each other, right? Might be fun to look and see what that looks like. Maybe we'll try that out. But I think as long as we're going through this act does the calculation inside based off of how big things are. It should be fine. All right, so then, yeah, I'm trying to print the header stuff. So I don't need a byte. The byte X is, okay, do need that calculation. Where do I calculate it down here? Pull it out. Up to here. Offset width plus column plus width times 3. Then add that. We don't need this. And I'm not printing ASCII. So what I wanted to print is just the column number. And and the row is 0. This is just 0.0. And there is no canvas offset, right? Actually, maybe there is an offset. Do I need to add? I might need to add the header rect min. Let's see if I have to add that. I don't remember if I do or not. What's wrong with that? To vec. I don't know if I need to add that or not, but let's see. So if I did this right, then there'll be a header row at the top. If I did it wrong, then it's going to look funny. Oh, look, there's a header row. So if the scroll should not scroll the header. Oh, look at that. It actually worked. What does it do if I make it really short? It actually kind of works. Actually kind of works. That's neat. So one improvement maybe would be to use different colors for the header row and the column here than the actual bytes. Maybe slightly darker. There's a little bit of jumpiness. Do you see that? One improvement might be to like round to the nearest, like snap to the nearest row or something like that, right? Maybe. So if I find the first row, I just cancel out its vertical offset, maybe. Let's do that, because when we resize it, it looks really funny. It's like jittery. It like moves around when it shouldn't. Actually, even the header row is jumping. What's that all about? Maybe that's just something W or E GUI does. Maybe that's unavoidable because of the actually I don't know. I don't know why it would jump like that. But the scroll position being like in the middle of a line like that looks kind of weird. So to cancel out that, I need to like have in here like add to this canvas offset, really, right? It should like round it, or it should round up to the nearest row, I think. Display server weirdness. Yeah, I'm not going to try to fix that, but I am going to have it like snap to the nearest row, basically. So we'll make that mutable. And we'll just have it snap to the nearest. We'll have it subtract itself mod row height. That's what I'll do. So canvas offset dot y minus equal canvas offset dot y mod row height. I hope I did that right and it doesn't snap the other direction. It didn't work White, right. Oh, wait. It's relative to the top of the screen, so that's wrong. It pushed the row 0 up to the top. That's what it did. So I have to like... I guess that's clip top. I have to say canvas Y minus clip top. Mod row height, right? I think so. So the difference between the where we're clipping it and where it is. Subtract that out. Yeah, that did it. Look at that. Now it's nice and snapped. I should try it with a small file, right? Let's make a small file. We'll make a, I don't know, is there a small file in that folder? I could just pick like, just the gif.format instead of lol.gif. So that's in the info overlay. I hard coded the path here somewhere. Not here. Was it in the main? Or is it the app? App. Yeah, here we go. gif.format. So it should, like, the effect of the snapping should be more noticeable if the canvas is shorter. Yeah, so I can feel it snapping when I move the mouse down. Like it doesn't move and then just jumps to the next row. So is that better than or is that what the behavior of this is? Yeah, this jumps too. See that? In fact, it's kind of buggy. I noticed sometimes. Yeah, this jumps too. So that's probably what we want. We want it to snap to the nearest row. Oh, we actually can't see the end of the file. It snapped too early. I need to let it round up or something. Yeah, see, it's like it's not letting me scroll all the way to the bottom. So that means that the what does that mean? That means it's jumping it down, right? And that means I should probably add one to the number of rows that we can see. So yeah, I know I know what to do there. The it's the what is it? The canvas total canvas size should be adjusted by an extra row. So let me go to that. This canvas size, where is it? Right. I need to like add one. Plus one. So let us scroll one extra row. There we go. Now I can see the last row. And if the window's just a little taller, we just get a blank at the bottom. Rather than cutting off the last row, we just get a little bit of a blank. Which I think is fine, right? Yeah, so we might cut off the last one that we display then. Actually, hold on. That's probably not the best idea, right? So I should round down instead of rounding up on last visible row. So this is floor then instead of ceiling. I think we can see the top row. Yeah. That's the 0 row, right? With GIF in it. And if I make the thing taller, yeah, it goes with it. It gets it's snapping to the top. What I really should test with is a really small file that only fits in one page or less. Actually, it's still doing that. So do I need to subtract one then? I think I need to subtract one after doing the, or actually just do non-inclusive there. And should probably rename it to be like visible rows end or something. Yeah, we don't, so that's an extra margin so that we don't actually cut it off. That actually looks a little bit too aggressive. A little too aggressive, I think. I don't know. I don't know. Does seem awfully aggressive. Does that mean that shouldn't have been a ceiling? It should have been a floor all along? Hold on, where was that? That should be a ceiling because I do a subtract one anyway. So now I'm just getting nitpicky. Hey there, Code Space 25. I'm just being perfectionistic about my hex editor. Okay, no, that's obviously wrong. It's printing an extra one. Right? I just have a lot of margin there at the bottom. So it was correct. If we don't want it to cut off a row. But then again, maybe it's okay to cut off a row. It does look kind of odd to be so aggressive and cut. Yeah, I'm going to go back to ceiling. So it can cut off a row. Then that's the same as floor combined with inclusive, right? So it can possibly draw yeah, it can possibly draw a little bit of an extra row there. But we shouldn't it shouldn't chop off the extra. We should always be able to scroll and see all of the last row. Yeah. Okay. We're good. As long as you can scroll to the bottom and see that last row, I think it's fine. Yeah. Okay, I think we've perfected it. Now we're gonna play with someone was asking before. Right. Garchuals was asking what happens if we increase the character size. Will it still work? I think it will. That is handled in the info overlay. So it's right here. So we'll make it 36 point instead of 18. There, I've doubled it. I made it 100% larger. Oh, wait. You said 50%. So 50% more, that would be that plus 8 or 9, right? So that's 27 point. So here's as close as I can get to 50% more. Cool. So I have to make the what? Make the window a little bit wider, right? Oh no, I don't. No, we're good. So the offset clicking is still correct. Scroll bar should still work. Can't click past the last byte. Looking good, I think. I should test with a file that's exactly a multiple of 16 bytes. Actually, there's an easy way to do that. I can just cut the last 3 characters off of the file. Goodbye, last three characters. 1, 2, 3. So now it's exactly. Yep, we're good. Put those characters back. Yeah, it looks nice. Oh, let's play around and let's do a non-monospace font. Cause why not try to stress it, right? Let's do a proportional font. That's around 18 points and see what happens. This might look kind of funny. Because it still puts the characters on the grid. It's just that some of them are like don't use all their space, right? Yeah, this will still work. Let's make it bigger so you guys can see. So that's again 37, right? 27. Only adding 30%, 50%. Yeah, see how it kind of looks funny? Like 61 is not as wide as 6C, and like it really looks funny here. LOGICAL, because it's using it's drawing the characters along a grid, but the characters themselves aren't all the same widths. And they're actually left justified because of it being proportional. So the I is closer to the G than it is to the C. But other than that, it should still work, right? Yeah, so it really worked. It just looks kind of weird on the ASCII side. The hex is not so bad. So yeah, you can use a proportional font. That works too. Okay. What else did I have in here? Oh, this thing was in a helper called point to offset. I should probably do the same thing. All this stuff should be in a helper. This clicked stuff, right? So let's refactor this out. Um, so we'll end up mapping it to response, I think, but yeah, I'm just gonna copy it for now. So do we need self anywhere here? Maybe because it leverages canvas offset, which uses UI. Okay, so then it's probably also using these things. So I need self font. Okay, well, then it's a method of self. And it has to borrow from the UI, not mutably though. Function point to offset. Self point position 2. We need a UI, right? UI. Let's make it an option. U size. Okay. Pause. Okay, so we need canvas offset and row height. Oh. That we don't know until we actually draw. So I guess we're passing that in, right? And it's cheap to recalculate the row height, right? That's just these. Do I need the column offset width? I probably do. Okay, so then this is sum. These are all sums, right? And that's a none. Cool. And then we didn't need that one. Great. So I should just be able to do this. Point to offset. Try that again. Self dot point to offset. Position, canvas offset UI, and then map offset to response byte selected offset. Unwrap or response none, right? Ah. And then delete all this stuff. There we go. Oh, it's a vec2? Vec2. I'm surprised that that actually was interchangeable like that. Oh, yeah, we don't need to do that. We can shorten it. So now it's a lot more readable. So if the response, if we clicked on the thing, then get the pointer position and convert it to an offset, map it to byte selected, unwrap, or there's no response. Where are we importing widget? So still works, right? Still works. I can click on that and I get output. Yes. Last byte. Yep. All right. Warning. Unused import. Indeed. No more widget. Okay, it's been forever since I sent this out of the virtual machine. Sending it out to be checked in to get outside. I guess I don't really need to be in the stage. I'm on the stage because that's how I run the Lewis scripting. But we're not running Lewis scripting right now, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Back to what we had in C#. Okay, so point to offset's done. Why did we have offset to point? Draw highlight. Okay, yeah, there's the concept of drawing highlights. And yeah, there's a whole bunch of segments to draw, like draw geometry, fill brush. Right. The idea is that if you tell it to highlight a certain region of bytes, it would draw a colored highlight around it. And I did it with like a different color for the outline than the fill color. And it did that with a fill brush and a solid color brush for the outline. No idea how to do this in eGUI, but I'm assuming that there's a way to make a geometry with a path geometry. Maybe I just ask ChatGPT, is there an equivalent of path geometry and draw geometry from WPF? Is there an eGUI equivalent of path geometry and draw geometry from WPF to draw a filled shape with arbitrary I guess to draw a filled convex shape, or I'd just say to draw a filled shape given the shape's geometry. given I just say draw a field shape. Let's see what it says. Okay, I'm gonna read to you what ChatGPT says. As of my knowledge in 2022, there isn't a direct equivalent of path geometry and draw geometry, as eGUI operates at a higher level and doesn't provide low-level vector graphics operations. Actually, it does. But, okay, it says if you want to draw field shapes in eGUI, you typically use area and painter. The area represents rectangular, and painter is used to draw shapes and text within that. So, okay, I guess we're looking at what we can do with the painter and shapes. Painter. Try find.com. What's that? It looks like it's another ChatGPT thing. How is that different from ChatGPT? Yeah, how is it different? Do you think it'd give me a better answer? I can ask it the same question. It's up to date? Okay. That's cool. I didn't know about that. Okay, so fin.com. That's cool. I should give you a point. I didn't know about this. Should I ask ChatGPT if fin.com is greater? It'll probably say, I don't know of any fin, because as of 2022, there isn't such a thing. So this actually is potentially really helpful to me. So I'm going to give you 5 points. Now you have 7 useless internet points. Because I can actually show this on screen and I don't have to sign in or anything. This is much better. Equivalent eGUI would be shape and shape fill methods. You can create a filled shape. Represents a path that can be... Yeah, so it's better. ChatGPT didn't know how to do this. So, okay, ChatGPT. Who is better? You or find.com? It says, I don't have opinions or preferences, so I can't say whether I'm better than find.com. However, I can provide some information about both. ChatGPT, me, I am a language model developed by OpenAI. I am trained in a diverse range of internet text. I can answer questions, generate text, etc. Find.com, as of my knowledge, update in January 2022, Find.com is a search engine that specializes in searching for information within academic and scholarly sources. It's particularly useful for researchers, students, and academics who are looking for reliable and scholarly information. Blah, blah, blah. Ultimately, the better tool depends on the context, and so it's giving me a generic response that, it depends on your specific requirements. It seems to think that scholarly sources or academia, it's better to use this find.com. You even put the sources? That's awesome. You can also change the model to GPT-4. Oh, is that this thing? Oh, look at that. 10 G... Yeah, so it's limited uses because they have to pay for it, right? Yeah, I signed up for ChatGPT and I have the 3.5 because it's free. ChatGPT 4 I'd have to pay for. But this is good enough, right? So I can make a filled geometry by making a path. But how complicated can I make the path? Looks like I can just do add lines. That's exactly what I want. Right, and I can give it a different stroke, which is a different outline color than the fill color. Perfect. I don't know if I have enough time to do it tonight, though. But thank you so much for showing me that find.com. I didn't know that existed. I've been using just ChatGPT the whole time. All right. Yeah, so that's what this draw highlight does. I mean, I already wrote all the code. I just need to port it, right? So maybe I go ahead and do this. Oh, the other thing I need to be able to do a click and drag. Because I want to be able to, like, say I'm in my hex editor and I click something and drag over. Okay, that's it. If I click and drag, it doesn't actually give me a click on. Huh. If I click and hold and move the mouse and release it, it doesn't tell me I clicked on anything. It must interpret that as a different kind of action, right? Also, it's only on the mouse release that I'm getting an offset. For a double click, it actually gives me 2 clicks. That one it didn't. The triple, so sometimes a double click, it gives me 2, and sometimes it doesn't. Huh, weird. Okay, so what do I do now? Do I do, because it would be useful to be able to test the highlighter if I got drag and, if I get click and drag to work, it should tell me that I've selected a certain region. So maybe I try to get that working. That had to do with that result, right? Response. Okay, so, no, it was also sense, right? Sense. I asked it for click and drag, I think, for sense. For, in here. Wait, where's the sense? There it is. It's hard to see. I asked for click and drag sense, so that turns on click and drag and focusable. So I guess I just need to interpret the drag. How is drag interpreted? Hmm. Either clicks, what's interacted then? Click or drag. Oh, that's looking at the flags. Okay. Maybe you could put the header and left column another color as well. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Do you want to do that now since it's really easy? Super easy. Why don't we make it gray instead of white? So that is this. Well, let's define it. Let's make it a, can I make it a constant? I don't know if I can. Const, header color. See if it's constant. I think it is because it said it was a public constant, so that's great. So this is like data color or something like that, right? And we'll do they have gray and is okay, that's the American spelling, right? It's not the British spelling. If it was British, it would be couleur. That's how you can tell if your library is made by British or American English developers. If there's a U in color, then it's probably made by British people. Okay, white. This is the header, right? And then the next one, this is the header also. And then the other ones are data color. So that's data color. Oh, that is data color also. And that's it, right? You prefer the British cancelled versus American canceled? What's your opinion on aluminum versus aluminium? Okay, we got the ASCII, but I didn't hit the right thing for this one. The bytes. It's those little touches, like the differences in color, that's going to make it look professional, right? Now look at that. Isn't that wonderful? We have a nice difference in color. I could even like make the header color something like green. And then it'll look extra special. You know what we could also do? We could highlight in a different color what column and row we're hovering over. That would be super professional. I'm not going to do it today though. We'll leave it white and gray, and I want to get the drag. I want to understand this drag thing. I think it has to do with this response. So click as if you don't move the mouse. Yeah, a click is registered when the mouse or touch is released within a certain amount of time and distance from where and when and where it was pressed. Okay, and then what about drag? Dragged. To find out which button, query pointer down. UI input, I pointer pointer down. Interesting. Note that the widget must be sensing drags to get that. You can use interact to sense more things after adding a widget. Yes, drag by drag started by released. How do I get the coordinates? I get the delta. Oh, the vector gives us both quantities, right? No, I need a starting position and a vector. Ah, here we go. Where the pointer was or when the widget was clicked or dragged. So we get interact pointer position and drag delta. Okay, so let's add that. Clicked. So we'll say else if response dragged. Then we're getting two things, right? So let's not turn it into a response, but let's print it. So we'll do a response none. Okay. But I still want to see that point offset. So let start equal that. And end. Drag delta. Is that always something? Yes, if dragged. What is it if it's not dragged? Don't know. So I think what I want to do is take the position. And so this is like start, right? Let me make this one end. So not int, end. This should be like the start plus the delta. And it's telling me I can't add a vector to an option size, and that's correct. So sure. What happens if we drag from I need to check in the C#. What happens if I start dragging from a position that is not an offset? I don't actually know what it does. Maybe what I do is like see if I'm to the left of all the bytes, it's like we're starting from the, like if you do it in the editor, if you click over here and you drag, well, it didn't do anything in that case. Maybe that's what I end up doing. You have to actually click on a byte for it to click the whole. Yeah, see if I drag and I'm off the end here, it's going to the nearest character to the right of my cursor. Something like that, right? Let's just say if let sum start Still can't add. Oh, I need the I need this to be like start offset. And this is start. Yeah. This is end offset. And we'll just debug it for now. And offset. Okay, let's see what we get. If x is less than start x, consider only y. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Okay, so if I click... Oh, it actually thought it was a drag? Interesting. Oh, so when I just click and hold, it starts a drag. Okay, well, it's not remembering the start position. Interesting. So if I drag off the end, I actually get a none. But then I get a sum again. Huh. That's interesting. Okay, so that tells me that sometimes it's telling me that when I go off, that it becomes none. Other times it tells me the last byte it was on before I left the track. But it's not remembering the original position. So I guess I have to remember that. So how I guess when I call the callback. Oh, I guess I should be looking for this drag released. Okay, so then I have to track the drag starting position then. So yeah, what happens if we start dragging off like in this and I start dragging from here? Oh, see that how that worked? I started dragging here and selecting those characters. And the moment I hit a byte, then it starts to drag from that byte, although it skipped the first one. You see that? It's skipping the first one, and oh, no, it didn't skip the first one. Oh, that's a bug. Look at that. If you start dragging from the left, and then if it's on the first row, it doesn't select that first byte. But if you're not on the first row, it does include that first byte. Hey, I found a bug. Look at this. Different behavior for the first row than the second row. Different results. Well, I should look and see what do we do in the C# version. Okay, so the way that works, right, is there's a call to it. Where is it? It's like mouse down or something. Right, mouse down. How come I'm not finding it? Here it is, on left button down. I guess point to offset always returns something. So I should see what it returns if we're outside of the area. Okay, so if y is less than the top, then it's always 0. Y is less than left padding, it's 0. What if it's to the right of the right padding? Then it's 16. Okay. So it's like saying that if you're out of bounds on the left, it's like you're at column 0. If you're out of bounds on the right, it's like you're at 16. It's like the beginning of the next row. And what's this bool for? Hex part value. Oh, right. If you're in the hex part or you're in the ASCII part. Yeah. I guess you could pre-initialize it with something. Oh, right, because you could start dragging from the ASCII part, and then if you're in the ASCII part, then it ignores this and it doesn't do that. Oh, that's clever. Clever past Ramu. So if it remembers whether we're dragging in the hex area or the ASCII area, and it won't count a drag through if you drag from one area to the other. Well, actually, it does. It says if you're dragging the ASCII part and then you're in the hex area, now it's just you're you're on the left boundary. Okay, cool. I like this. I think I want to do the same thing. So that means my point to offset will always return something. Okay. Back to here. Point to offset's always going to return something. Okay. So that means that for these nuns, it's actually returning the bitstream length -1, right? Or is it +1? Or, I mean, not, is it not? What do we do if it's past the end? Okay, it takes the minimum of the last byte, right? No, it's round. Is it rounding up? If the length is like anything from 0, if the length is 0, it'll be 0. If the length is 1, so if there's any bit, it goes to the next byte. So it's always the length in bytes +1. You're planning on implementing a visual representation of the data as a preview, and then you can see what happens when you edit 1 byte. Yeah, why not? The parsing is very quick. It's under 1/10 of a second right now. I think the way I would do it is if you start editing in the hex editor, it would start parsing in the background, and it would maybe cancel it if you continued editing. But if you waited, or if it was faster than you, then it would update the, and not a preview. It would just do it live. It would say, well, okay, you changed the file. Now it's this. It would all be in memory, right? So only if you hit save would it actually go back to disk. But it could parse it. Just reparse every time you change a byte, including adding or deleting bytes. Yeah, why not? Yeah, okay, so yeah, back to here. Then I do want to... It doesn't matter if I do less than or equal to. It's going to be, this is the value we do. Actually, then it's really response. Map. Response is not the right word here. It's min response bitstream length. Actually, why don't I just do well, there's no way to avoid saying it twice, right? Because the default is bitstream length. Oh, no, I just moved the min out, right? Min bitstream length and response or unwrap or just the maximum, right? So what type are we dealing with? Usize? Max? Or is it capital MAX? capital max. There we go. Actually, I probably don't even want to use I don't even want to use a sum or none here, do I? It should be more like if x is less than it, then it's 0. It should be like I had in the other one. It's just a tier, right? If x is less than start, it's 0. So there's an x offset and a y offset, right? So I should compute them separately. Let y offset equals, well, we already computed that. That's rho. So then, yeah, it's just x equals, well, offset. Fine. We're gonna end up adding rho times bytes plus it anyway at the end, right? So offset equals if x is less than start, 0. Else if x is less than the end, actually I didn't really have any there's no real barrier between these, right? No, there was a dead zone. What do we want to put in that dead zone? I guess, well, it's going to end up being whatever I want, actually. So we'll get to pick here. So this is going to be this. Else if x is less than the start of the second column. Now I get to pick whatever I want. I'm going to pick row bytes over 2. Just arbitrarily, because I can. Then this, right? Only a 1. And this one is ASCII start. Okay, so this is what I want here. So this should just be row bytes, I think. And this is if it's less than the end. It's this. Else it's just row bytes, right? Oh, and I need to be smart about the whether we should contain it to the bytes part or the ASCII part. I think I got it all. Is this safe to delete? I think so. So then it's just row time. Actually, I need this part. So it's just row times row bytes plus offset. Minimum of that. Okay. Right, so I don't need to do a map, do I? It's just this. If you click it, you get a ticket. I mean, you get a position. So always let a start offset equal that. Unconditionally. Cool. Oh, I should remove that debug stuff. Because actually, well, it does click it. It does tell me later. So if I click in the neutral zone, it's going to be 4. If I click over in this neutral zone, it's going to be 8. It's going to be 8 over here. Right. Okay. So if I click way up here, it doesn't register at all, which is fine. Click way over here, it's a 0 or an 8 or 10. Okay, that's actually what I want. What about the end of the file? Click way over here, it's 1683. Fine. Okay. Then the drag thing, okay, then there's 2 more things I need to do, right? Like I did in the C# code, it's got to remember whether or not, it has to potentially remember whether or not we're dragging in the hex part and whether to consider it or not. So the equivalent of that is like an optional bool, right? Like hex part. Option bool. Okay, and the way this worked was if it was none, it would be in true, 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 or so you would always go in if it was none, but if it was some, we would do a check. All right, so that affects all of these ifs then, right? So it's okay, let me see if I could get this right. It's the equivalent of this, right? Actually, and why are we using that? Why are we overriding hex part? Because it comes back out as a tuple. Oh, okay, that's right. So I need to do the same thing then, right? This should give me a tuple bool. Right, and then this will be an offset and a hex part. And we're returning that and hex part. Okay, so I see what I did. I started with the Y part of the offset and then I added it. Here I'm just doing the X part and then I'm adding the Y at the end. So it's almost the same thing. So this would be the equivalent of that in Rust would be what? Hex part unwrap or true. And 0. Right? And then the equivalent of this one is next. That's again, this part, that's exactly the same as this, I hope. This comma, hex part, unwrap or true. Actually, why am I typing it again? I just copy it. Oh wait, only if that's true. So this is different then. It's if hex part unwrap or true, then it's this comma true. Else it's 0 comma false. Actually, there's no opinion, right? No, it's false. Because question, true means if it's none or if it's true. The only other possibility is it's false. So what did I do wrong here? I have this part, that's why it's confused. There we go. All right, next one. Okay, the other one, it just changes here where we have two different offsets. So, okay, there I'm adding 8. Is that the neutral zone? That is the neutral zone. Right, so I have the same thing here. So we're gonna add this, but then we're gonna put this for the neutral zone there. And I gotta do this comma true. All right, and then next. Same thing as up here. Well, or here, same thing. Only this goes in here. That didn't work. There we go. Okay, now we're between parts and it gets more interesting. So it's not always row bytes, is it? It's only row bytes there. Otherwise it's 0. Why did I reverse the logic right like that? Shouldn't I just do the same thing? Oh wait, no. The default is false, so it's unwrap or false then. I think it's just because of how this question mark operator works, I had to reverse the logic. Really, it's unwrap or false. Actually, no, it's not. It's wrap, unwrap, or true, reverse it, right? Or no, it's reverse, but that's false, right? So the inner part is unwrap or false, but then we have to reverse that. Yeah, why did I reverse it? Reversing it just means we do one first and then the other, but I could have done it this way. Right? So if it's sum true, it'll go in there. If it's none or false, it'll go into here. Yeah, okay. Then we're done with that. Next one. Same thing, only offsets are different. Wait. I think I had that wrong. No, I had it right. I just put it in the wrong spot. There it goes. This goes in there. So the default is to go into here. If it's also if it's false, we go into there. If it's true, then we go into there. That's correct. Okay. One more. This one, right? Okay, let me copy that just to make sure I don't mess this up. Right, so that's the row, right? So this, the positive logic is the row bytes. Else it's 0, right? And that's 0, true or false. Actually, hold on. Where it's always row bytes, right? So it's like the very first one. So it's like this, only it's row bytes. And this is unwrap or false. Yep. I think that's what it needs to be. How was BlizzCon? It sucked. It sucked big time. I don't really want to go into all the detail, but there was only one place where they were doing panels and presentations and stuff. Whereas in previous years, they would have a different thing going on in each hall, and there were like 3 or 4 different halls. So it was kind of neat that you could wander around and pick which ones you want to see. This year, it was all in one place. There was limited seating. You had to get in line to be out to get a seat. And all the other halls were just crowded with people, and everyone was in front of everything. And so you had like basically walls of people everywhere. Thought the arena was odd. Yeah, I didn't even bother trying to get into that because like basically it was better to be at home watching it on YouTube, and it was free. You had a great seat, great screen in front of you. Why would I go? So totally regret going. I should have just hawked my ticket the day before. That's what you did? Yeah. You chose well, and you were very wise. X message. Okay, I have some bugs up here because now we're actually returning 2 things, right? This point to offset actually tells us, so this one, I don't care about the other one, so we're just going to do .0, right? Is it .1? What's the problem here? Oh, we need to say like, so here we don't know, so it's none. On this, we'll do the same thing here for now, but I'm going to change this in a second. Okay. When making a voice recognition AI, should you do it in C++? No, you should not. You should do it in Python. What would I do? Python is better for AI. That's what I've heard. It's not that it's faster, it's that there are more AI tools in Python. Just like look up machine learning. In fact, let's ask find. Can I ask it a new question? How do I ask it a new question? Just type in a new thing here. What is the best language to use for programming AI? Bet you it'll say Python. It's thinking. Oh, look, it said it in the second paragraph. Python. I was right. Often considered the best language for AI due to its simplicity, readability, and vast number of libraries and frameworks it offers for AI development. So I guess, okay, so it's hedging its bets. Java is another strong contender, blah, blah, blah. C++ is used for game development for AI programming because of its speed and efficiency. However, it's difficult to learn. Yeah, I don't know why it's going on and on. In conclusion, Python is often recommended. You understand most of Python, but you never thought of using it for voice recognition? Well, you said voice recognition AI. Voice recognition is just one kind of what's the term they use? Like feature. It's one kind of feature that the AI. Oh, that's an interesting thing. I had the mouse right on the edge and it was flip-flopping. Look at that. I found a bug. I'm not moving the mouse at all. But anyway, yeah, voice recognition is just one kind of feature, and AI can be used to match or not. Then it doesn't. It's not that it's voice recognition; it's that it's AI. They should probably go with Python. Can you modifying your VR headset to use voice recognition? Cool. Voice recognition is really handy. I use it all the time now to start timers. Like, why mess around with the UI for something when you can say, hey, insert word, please 5-minute timer, please. And it's like, okay, 5 minutes. Sweet. Didn't have to touch anything. All right. Yeah, for this drag, the way it looks like it's working is the interact position is it's like something we don't really care about, right? It's the drag delta I care about, or is it the interaction position? Hold on, let me see. If I click on 0 and I drag to 1, they're really both the same thing, right? Now, because the way I changed it, right? So it doesn't really matter. They're never different. I'm seeing it toggle sometimes, though. Is that toggling sometimes? Oh yeah, it is. Look at that. Huh. I wonder what the difference is. Well, what if we don't use the drag offset? Broke it. Oh, because we're not at the bottom. Okay. Looks like we can just use the interact position. So what I want to do is I want to say, like, if our state tells us that we have been dragging, and we're going to record that position too. So where are we? Hex editor. So right here, drag anchor or drag start or something like that. And we'll just make it an option usize. Okay. And we initialize it to none over here. Wow, it's midnight. My carriage is going to turn back into a pumpkin very soon. All right, anyway. So what we want to say here, if it's dragged, we'll say if self.dragStart is sum. We can actually do a if let sum drag start equals self drag start, right? We probably want to borrow that. Then we're calculating the drag end. Otherwise we're setting the drag start, right? Self.drag start equals, and either way we can turn the interact pointer position, which we'll always get, into an offset. And I don't care about the end anymore. Okay. Let's actually make a response. So we'll have a byte selected and we'll have a range selected. Usize to usize. Oh, plus, as a bonus, we will remember if we're in the hex part or the ASCII part right here by actually just making the structure because we can. So struct drag state. Start is a usize, and hex part is a Boolean. Okay, so then this is going to be an optional drag state. And then what's this error up here? Oh, yeah. This is none. Okay. Range, yeah. Do I just want to have another function like range selected? Actually, and then I can just say like dot here or underscore here, right? And delete that. And here it's going to be like sum, and we'll have like start and end, sum start and end. And this is going to be 2 usizes. And we'll also have a catch-all there and delete these 2. Oh, need to copy both of those. There we go. All right, so then down here. So Drag start is actually not the best name. We're going to call it drag state. Okay, drag state is going to be equal to I don't want the 0 anymore, do I? I wanted the 0 for the clicked because I didn't care. Here we're going to actually say let start, offset, and hex part. And actually, I don't want to put a none there. I want to put like it depends, right? If we have a drag state or not. Hold on, then what I want to do is I want this to go into both of these. And this will be drag, this will be sum drag start hex part. And it's not drag start, by the way, it's drag state. All right. Okay, and then it's not a start offset anymore, is it? It's an end offset. And this is not a start. It's, I don't know, position. Because we're turning that position into an end offset if we have a drag state. Here, we're turning it into a start offset. And either way, actually, well, no, not either way. Yes, either way. We're going to say self.dragState equals. So here it's going to be drag state. This is a start off. No, wait. I can just make this mutable, right? Actually, take that back. I don't reassign the drag state if that happens. I only do it here. Self.dragState equals. Start is start offset. And we have hex part. Isn't that cool? So, oh, we want to know when it got released, don't we? So I should say, like, if we're not dragged, then self.dragState is none. Shouldn't I should also separate this, right? That should be a separate if. Wait, this should just be, wait, hold on. Leave that as an else. But if it's a clicked, I guess I can just reset it there too. Feels weird though. Well, hold on. We shouldn't go from a drag to a clicked. Well, maybe we won't. Actually, that's not true. We get a clicked if we release the mouse button and we didn't actually drag anywhere, so I do want to reset it there. Okay, so then, yes. I can remove this, but the response here is going to be a drag. What is it? Range selected, right? Or we should only do it, I should only do it if the start is different from the end, right? No, I should do it always. Yeah. Okay, so range selected, start offset, end offset, right? So that means I'm actually putting this inside of both. Because here it's start. It's self.drags. It's drag state, actually, drag state.start. And end offset. Here, it's start offset, start offset. Okay, and I didn't use hex part there because why? I should, oh, because it doesn't change. I don't care what it is. Yeah, it doesn't change. Okay, so then I just need to go to the info overlay and actually print something. Right here. Well, we're taking this out, right? Let hex editor response equal that. If there's a byte selected, if some start and end equals hex editor response dot range selected. You selected range start to end. There we go. Let's try it. So the next step after this, which I'll do tomorrow, I guess, is we'll do actually showing the highlighting. Wow, I got 3 callbacks. And the click isn't happening anymore. Oh, okay, the click is happening. Oh, and if the end is before the start, it's not swapping them. So I need to fix that. So if I click from 0 all the way down to B8, it works. Okay, now if I go into the ASCII area, it's still, it's ignoring whatever byte I'm on. And if I start in the ASCII area and I go over to the decimal area, yeah, I think it's doing the right thing now. That's so cool. Now I just needed to do highlighting and it would be even cooler. All right, so it's telling it to me 3 times, which is weird. Right? Every time I move the mouse, yeah, it gave me 3 reports. Why is it giving me 3 reports instead of just 1? Is it like doing it for all 3 mouse keys or something? Mouse buttons? That's a good question. Who should I ask, ChatGPT or the other guy? Maybe click, hold, release. No, I click and hold. I do a quick click and release. I get 3 ranges and a click. So why am I getting 3 ranges? If I do just a click and hold, I still get 3 I still get 3, and then a release, I don't get a click. I guess because it timed out on the click. So it's always like at least 3 reports. It makes me think that I'm accidentally doing this 3 times. So it's like going through this 3 times somehow, right? Should I care? I guess it could either be going through this 3 times or this 3 times. But I'm not going through add content 3 times, right? I'm only going through it once. So I don't know. We can print whenever we actually draw. We drew. To see if it's maybe 3 different draws. Yeah, maybe it triggers another draw if you click. Maybe things like, oh, you might change. So clicking and once. Yeah, so it's doing 2 extra draw calls for some reason. It actually drew 3 times after I released it. Weird. Something is causing it to draw extra numbers of times. Who knows? Oh, I wanted to make sure that the range was always correct. So that's probably gonna be the last thing I do tonight. So I want to like put these in the right order. So I guess it would be if drag state dot start is less than end offset, else. And if it's not less, then we just want to swap them. Like that. So if I do that, or if I go back, cool. Oh, and I can, that's neat. I can do the mouse wheel while I'm dragging and it actually remembers the start drag position. That's super cool. So I can like start dragging at 5F0 and then use the mouse wheel and I can actually scroll back up and it flips back to, oh, that's sweet. It just works. I like that a lot. See, this stuff is so cool. Go down to the end and it does the whole file. Oh, there's no response when we release the range, right? Hold on. There, we should print something when we don't actually have a range selected anymore. So that's in here, right? I think what we should do is range. Well, click should be more important than range. Else we'll say no range selected. Nothing selected. Nothing selected. Yeah, I'm gonna try to sleep again too. I'm sorry, C17R. I tried my best. I could not put you to sleep with the sound of my voice, no matter how radio smooth I tried to make it. Well, looks like the nothing selected works. Oh, except for that. So hold on. I guess it's okay if you click and then you don't select anything. That's fine, right? That's fine. Then I don't really need that none select. So there's really no point in printing that. Click, hold, release. I'm thinking maybe you're onto something there. Like the click might generate. It might think that when I click, it needs to draw again to highlight something. And then it goes through and it gives me a second report, right? But why the third time? Because I haven't released the button yet. When I release the button, it's drawing again. I'm no longer printing anything, but it is drawing again and giving me a no response, a none for the response, right? The click does come last, which is nice. So you get temporary range selection of nothing and then click. Okay, I think it's as good as I'm going to be able to make it tonight. So cd send.sh. We're good. So tomorrow, well, today now for me is Sunday because we're past midnight. This has been a lot of fun, so I'll probably do some more of it tomorrow in, I don't know, 10 hours from now or so. We're running out of people to raid. It's so late. Oh, you're welcome, Garchwalls. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Who are we going to raid, though? How about a pixel artist? Or a Unity game dev, but she is away from the keyboard. You know, I don't really feel like raiding anybody right now. But I could recommend some channels. So I'll just give a shout out to, and I can't autocomplete the name because they're not in chat. But I can I don't want to misspell their name, and I can't copy paste their name. Dang it. Okay, no shout outs then. I'll just end the stream. Although it feels really weird not to raid somebody. I'm gonna go to bed. So see you. Bye. Bye bye. I'm gonna hit the button. It's gonna just stop and no. Sorry, popcorn. You'll have to look at the VOD, but I'll be back in like maybe 10 hours or so. Bye 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 bye. Oh no, I'm hitting the button. No, no, no.